Hey, I'm Daniel and welcome back to another Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era video, and today we're doing a full campaign playthrough. As always, I'll be playing intro solo on expert difficulty, and as a matter of fact, I'm recording this intro before the actual playthrough, so I never know how well it's gonna go, or whether I'll be able to succeed in the campaign at all, but either way, I hope it will be fun to watch. So enjoy the playthrough and we'll see you at the table. Alright, so let's play in High Rock today, which is the final province where we have not played before. We already have 5 playthroughs on the channel, so we're gonna make a full circle regions-wise. And speaking of the province, today we're playing in Mage's Guild questline. I think it's a really fun one. Of course, I'll share more details after we're done with the setup. And speaking of the setup, what do you see in front of me? All the classes laid out like that. And that is because I'm gonna make a random selection. I'm gonna roll a d6 to determine which class I'll be playing, and then I'm gonna repeat the process for the race. I think it's just a little bit more fun this way. Though the only 5 classes that are not present here are the ones we already played before, namely Templar, Assassin, Dragon Knight, Rogue and Witch Hunter. You can already find playthroughs for these 5 classes on the channel. And speaking of some of the classes like Witch Hunter and Assassin, as you can tell, these are some of the upcoming classes from the Heroes of Tamriel expansions. And on that note, I want to say thanks to Cheap Theory Games for providing me this prototype copy, even though of course it comes with the usual disclaimer that things are still subject to change. But hopefully it's not long to wait until we get the final version of all the new expansions, and I won't need to do this disclaimer anymore. So we still have a couple of new classes, like a Thief and Berserker, and Warrior and Mage, so there's a chance we might play some of those today as well. And we also have one of the Daedric princes, namely Hermes Mora, that adds much more challenging enemies to the game. Just wanted to show you before I place them in the respective bags, so these 3 enemy chips go to the 10 to 20 bag, and we have now another one go to 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, let's go. So now let's roll the die to determine which class we'll be playing. And it landed on the number 2, that means it's gonna be either Acrobat, Warden, Berserker or Bard. So let me place everything else aside for now, all the rest classes, and now I'm gonna do the sort of phase 2 of the process. I'm gonna lay down all of those this way, and I'm gonna roll the die again. We're gonna have from left to right 1, 2, 3, 4, and if the die lands on 5 or 6, I'll be re-rolling. So phase 2. And we've got number 4, that means we're playing Bard today. Wow, Bard is a fantastic class. I do really like it, but is it a good pick for this specific province? I mean, I'm not sure. The thing you need in High Rock, particularly in some dungeons and endgames, is ideally you would want to be able to remove over fatigue. So all the classes like Healer and Rogue and Dragon Knight, I think they are amazing in High Rock. And also being able to apply Fear on Demand like Acrobat can, that is also really valuable in this high-end High Rock endgame. This frankly can cheese the encounter maybe a bit too much. But either way, yeah, Bard is a great class, but just have a feeling that we might struggle a bit in this province. Okay, so we've got the class. Now let me place those aside and let's do the same, but this time for the races. As you can see, we have some new races as well, also from the Heroes of Tamriel expansion. And I'm gonna do the same thing, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the first column, second column. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but maybe before I roll, let's see which race I would normally pick if it wouldn't be a random selection. And I think for Bard, given it's some pretty cool class abilities, I would probably go for Imperial, and not this one. I'm talking about the base game Imperial that have more tenacity, and I believe this new Wood Elf would be absolutely amazing, not only for having more tenacity, but also even for removing over fatigue. And speaking of over fatigue, the Red Guard from the base game would be really nice in High Rock. So this would probably be my normal picks if I wouldn't be doing a random selection. But hey, I think this is just more fun doing it this way, so let's repeat the process and roll. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On 6 I'll be re-rolling, so phase 1, let's go. And look at that, we've got 6, so re-rolling. And we've got 1, that means it's gonna be either Imperial, Khajiit, High Elf or Dark Elf. Yeah, Imperial is great, but not that I was hoping for. I was talking about the base game Imperial, of course, with Imperial Metal ability. This one is different, but we still have Khajiit and High Elf and Dark Elf, so Let's see what we get. Oh, this is a high elf as well, by the way, from new one. So 2 classic races, 2 new races. Let's see which one we get. And we get number 2, that means we're playing high elf. Wow, I don't think this is a combo I would ever played, frankly. And I mean, looking at these stats, should I go for spellcaster? I mean, normally when I play bard, I usually lean towards picking either bow or maybe one hand and shield skill line. Kind of generally like physical builds. Or sometimes I also like playing bard as a full support character if we're playing with our group, with our family. Sometimes it's nice to just provide more utility with illusion and stuff. But hey, we're playing true solo, that means we need to deal quite a lot of damage as well. But with high elf, with 4 magicka, I don't think it would be reasonable to go for a bow. I mean, magic bow kinda can work, but yeah, that's an interesting choice. But ability-wise, we have a new one. It says it's called Elemental Talent, and it says once per battle, when performing an engage, add 1 status die to your roll for that engage. You might apply this die to any unit in sight. If you apply it to yourself, gain 1 tenacity. So potentially a little bit of extra utility applying any status die. Yeah, I guess this can work. Honestly, not something I would normally pick, but hey, at least that's what makes it more interesting, right? So let me clean it up. And now I guess let's decide on the starting skill line. So let me place this aside as well and take all the skill lines we have here in the trainer bank. Of course, I removed all the duplicates because I'm playing intro solo. So these are all the skill lines we have. And so if I go for a magicka build, which is probably the way to go when you start as high elf, I mean, full magicka, it would be a bit of a waste of not using it, right? And from all the magic skill lines from the base game, I think Daedric Summoning is probably the way to go. It's one of my favorite ones, really. The only problem is that when you start with Daedric Summoning, you have to pick bound armaments, which I'm not a huge fan, especially in true solo. And even though, of course, you can untrain it and then train something like Power Stone straight away on level 2, that is still like 1 experience effectively wasted. And I probably need destruction stuff as well, at least at some point. Maybe a bit of illusion, I mean, maybe light armor, but I think as a starting skill line, I should probably stick to destruction stuff, even though it won't be as easy recovering from all the damage from Force Shock dice with this particular racial ability. It's not like the base game High Elf, where you can heal yourself for 3 HP. But I think I'll stick to destruction stuff, but then I will be training and hoping to find Daedric Summoning as the highest priority. At least this is the way. I mean, on the upgraded side of the Bard, we have the Tail of Sirabane. That means we can recover drained dice. So potentially we can recover Tempered Soul on level 4 to have our own sort of resurrected army. Kind of thematic, I guess, with High Rock. So yeah, I think that would be the plan. Starting with destruction stuff to have at least some damage in the early encounters and then prioritizing finding and training Daedric Summoning. I think this is the play. So let me place everything aside, back to the trainer bag, and now let me grab the folio and the adventure mat, and I'm gonna start allocating all the stats and stuff. So there we go, here's the folio and the mat. Usually I like to match the color of the class, sort of the constellation, green for green, but I think since we're going for a spellcaster, I'll probably go for the blue one. At least I feel it like this way. So I'm gonna slot in the racial ability in the folio, I mean the class sheet, and the race sheet like so. Now the class, Bard on the novice side. Here we go. Now let me move the mat so we can see hopefully all this. Perfect. Now let's grab the stats. Okay, now how do we want to allocate them? Depends on what build are we going, I guess. We're gonna need 4 stamina, 4 magicka and 2 stamina. 1, 2. Okay, so first and foremost, let's place the health in the top left corner. This is just my personal preference. Then for magicka, I have a feeling I'm gonna need quite a lot of it, so I'm definitely gonna dedicate a full row to that with 4 starting value of this stat. 1, 2, 3. For the stamina, I guess either across health or potentially even on a new row. It really depends. I mean, there are some variations where you don't need a lot of health and a lot of stamina either, which would leave some empty spaces in between. So you know what, let me maybe place it on a new row, kinda like that. Not fully sure what I'm doing with this, frankly, but I'm just thinking if we're gonna prioritize Daedric Summoning as the sort of main skill line, it means we probably won't need a lot of dice from destruction stuff, so maybe just a couple. and then we're gonna dedicate a full row to Daedric Summoning. I guess this is the way. And of course for combat, I'm probably gonna slot this across Magicka, have a chance I'm gonna untrain it anyway. We start with 1 combat and 2 destruction stuff, of course, on level 1. So we have 1 and 2 and 2 cooldown. Okay, so we are pretty much good to go. I honestly no idea what I'm doing with this character. Oftentimes whenever I see a class, a race combination, I always have idea, okay, I'm gonna build it this way. But as I said, normally I build my bard as a kind of like physical build, probably with bow or one hand. But given we start with 4 magic, I think that would be a bit wasteful going on a full physical build. Okay, and that I believe we're done with the setup, so now let's take a look at this session snapshot. So as I mentioned, obviously we played in High Rock, and I've selected Mage's Guild because it has a complexity of 3 and it is a pretty cool quest line, at least as far as I remember. I have not played it quite a while, but I think it's just a good idea to showcase complexity 3 whenever I play. So the session snapshot is fight several clashes as you travel to different landmarks around the map. Our starting location is Orsinium, which I already placed the token over here. We have special setup instructions, set aside quest units, Harzug, Magul and Dreamweaver. So these are those 2 quest units already set aside. Then our quest objective is to travel to Faerun Stronghold and initiate the following clash recommended by day 4. Let me place the marker. I believe, yeah, it's over here. Okay, so it's not too far away. We are frankly 1 day away, so we have a nice couple of days to spare. And so the rest is the specific setup extraction for this clash, which we'll get to there by day 4. Okay, so nothing complicated so far. Pretty simple overall, but before we go to day 1, just want to quickly mention a couple of facts about High Rock. First of all, in case you have never played this before, as you can see we have the Unrest track, which doesn't do anything on its own, but generally speaking, it makes encounters harder. Either you add in some more enemies to the EP, or some other nasty things happen as you increase in your unrest. And the way you decrease your unrest is for the most part by completing side quests, so this is probably actually a good way of completing at least one side quest, because we have to complete Bard harder in order to become Master Bard, so I guess that's at least something good for this province when it comes to our character. And also, I believe there are only 3 or 4 conflict landmarks, which does make things a little bit tricky here. As you can see, we have quite big, almost empty area in this part of the map. And look, we have 1 and 2 and 3, 4. Yeah, we have only 4 conflict landmarks on this map, which may or may not be a good thing. Depends on where the quest will guide us. And once again, the session snapshot is to fight several clashes as you travel to different landmarks around the map. So we'll see how it goes. But first things first, let's start the day 1 town encounter in Orsinium. It should be somewhere over here, yep, at the end. So let's see what we have. For the town effect, each time a warrior types skill and strength increase unrest by 1, this effect is ignored on day 1. Okay, perfect. Now let's reveal the items. We have 2 legendaries, 1, 2, and for common items 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Now let's reveal the town trainers, and we have 5 of them. I mean, Daedric Summoning would be amazing to pull off right now. That's 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Okay, no Daedric Summoning, but hey, at least we've got light armor. This is good as well. And we also have this food item, and food items are particularly good for Bard, because we need to complete the Bard harder side quest in order to become Master. And I believe the first step there is to discard some consumable items. So I think this can be a first step towards that. And as my 2 town actions, yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna grab this consumable item as my first action. And as my second action, well, it's not a Daedric Summoning, but I think it's still too good to pass. And I mean, since I'm on the Mage's Guild, I could have potentially grabbed a potion and then went to Guild Kiosk to discard it and train Daedric Summoning this way, but that's effectively losing 1 town action on that. I'm not sure I wanted that much right now, or I could instead focus on the side quest on completing my master requirement and also grabbing light armor. Yeah, I think this is the way. Now the question is, where do we want to slot this? I mean, as I said, Daedric Summoning will be definitely the priority, and we're gonna need at least probably 4 dice 100%. That means I would rather slot light armor probably across half this way. Still no idea what I'm doing with this character, but hey, I think this is still the way to go. And that's about it for this town encounter. Let me clean it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Such a shame we didn't train Daedric Summon it naturally. Yeah, but I think light armor is still alright. So let's resolve all that, and we just need to activate the Province effect, and we're gonna move this unrest by whatever the value we have. So this sort of sunny weather moves the unrest by 1, so we're still in the peaceful zone, so it's not that bad, but things can escalate pretty quickly over here. Okay, so that's about it for the day 1, and now it's beginning of day 2. Okay, so our quest objective is to travel to this location and initiate a clash, which we can already make, but I think before that I would still love to train Daedric Summoning, and I believe there are no towns with specific installations, which means we need to sort of hunt down it naturally. And I believe there still should be one town at least with a couple of extra trainers more than others. Let's see, we still have 3. Oh, we do have warrior installations over here, but yeah, we need mages. That is 1, and we have 3 and 5 trainers, and 5 and 5. Oh, we have thieves as well. Okay, this is nice. This is potentially a good way to train, potentially speech, I guess. This might come in handy for Bard as well. This is a pretty far away over here. Okay, any other options for the mages? I mean, we have 4 and 3. Nope. Okay, North Point, Orsinium 5. Could potentially stay another day in this encounter and hoping for drawing Daedric Summoning this way. Oh, let's see, Shornhelm. Oh, we get 8 trainers, yeah. I remember there should be something. But before populating trainers, we need to subtract a number of trainers based on the current unrest level. So I think this is definitely a good town to visit early game, before the unrest went all the way to chaotic or dangerous or whatever. So let's see, Shornhelm, it is over here. Now, can I reach it? 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, 3, nope, even with double movement, still beyond my reach. And it's such a shame there is nothing here, look at that. Yeah, that was I was talking about, that this province is a bit tricky when it comes to movement and encounters. I mean, I could probably go to a peaceful encounter over here, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of doing a peaceful encounter first intro solo, because that would make the enemy pool of 3, and then if you choose to make a conflict encounter on the day afterwards, that is just even harder. You basically have 3 level 1 enemies, but before that you get only 1 XP, so that is not a good place. Could go to unstable, I guess, and still hoping for the clash. I mean, statistically speaking, it should be a clash. And from there, I can reach a Stronghold. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. On day 3, potentially I can reach Stormhelm, and fingers crossed it should still be peaceful, or at least tense. So we're still gonna have either 8 or 6 trainers, which is a pretty decent chance of training the skill lines I want. But that means if we go to day 3 to this town, then we won't be able to reach our destination, our quest objective by day 4, 100%. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Even with double movement, we won't be able to reach it. But you know what, I think still unstable is the way to go, because it also gives 2 tenacity, and I do need tenacity in order to get my side quest Pilgrim on the Road to hopefully promote to master side quicker. So yeah, you know what, I think this is still the way to go, and this is where I'm traveling to this unstable landmark, hoping for conflict. Maybe before I do, let me double check what's in the traveling caravan. I generally don't remember, usually something with unrest. Let's see. At the start of this encounter, the party must make a social check determined by the current unrest value. Adventurers may roll combat skill dice as if they're speech. If unsuccessful, each adventurer must discard an item or be dealt 2 damage. Yikes. And we have only 2 trainers. We have 8 common items. That could be potentially a couple of more food, consumable items, so hopefully even some staffs. That would be amazing. So you know what? I think even landing on traveling caravan isn't terribly bad. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm traveling to this unstable landmark 1, 2, and roll unstable die, and let's see what type of encounter we get. And we've got a conflict. Now fingers crossed that I hopefully can make it. I mean, 4 shock dice, they deal quite nice amount of damage. The problem is I don't have any ways of recovering from damage potentially dealt from the same dice. So let's see what encounter we have. This is some from High Rock, and I generally don't actually remember what's that. Okay, so it is a clash, and there is an unstable option, which means I have to pick it. It says each adventurer gains a day's status die, set the round counter to 2, if the rest level is 10 or higher, set the round counter to 3 instead. Okay, starting dazed is not a good thing at all. I have bad feelings now. Let me place it this way, I think, right? Of the entrance over here, and with enemy pool of 2. Let me place this somewhere over here for now. I'm gonna have 2 level 1 enemies, and that would be, let's see, Orc Bandit and Mud Crab. Of course it's Mud Crab, it's always Mud Crab, right? So, 4 HP, we have slot number 1, which is over here, and then 3 HP, Stalwart. Okay, this is not good. I'm gonna place it right like that. We have 2 caches, 1 common, 1 legendary. We should not forget to start dazed and with a round counter on 2. Oh, and I forgot about my character chip. And because it's a new race, I need to grab this super nice storage pack. And we've got High Elf, I believe it's a yellow one. Yep, it's this the one. Okay, this is all new chips from the prototype copy I got. So really nice package. Okay, and we start with only 4 HP. And we'd also even get days. Even the weight. With recovery, with clean cooldown track, we'll immediately recover that. Okay, so that is not too bad. Just for the sake of accuracy, let me still place it. And yeah, I guess let's the round begin. Starting on round 2, it's my turn, and I immediately recover these days. Okay, it's actually not that bad. So we do have range and sight to this enemy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. This is why having 4 range is such a big breakpoint, because I can still shoot from the distance while completely avoid getting hit from this melee character, because it will move only 1, 2. Okay, when I have my new racial ability. Once per battle, when performing an engage, add 1 status die to your roll for that engage. You may apply this die to any unit in sight. Okay, great, so it's actually beyond my range of 4. If you apply it to yourself, gain 1 tenacity. So let's engage Orc Bandit, I guess, and yeah, let's add a status die to my roll. So I'm gonna use my racial ability straight away, declaring Orc Bandit as a target, and let's roll and let's see what we get. Okay, this is actually not too bad. We've got 4 damage and 2 damage, 6 damage. That is already enough to defeat Orc Bandit. Pew! Enemy down, even though of course we are still taking 1 true damage ourselves. And this is not good because we don't have any recovery whatsoever. Now, for these days, I can apply it to any enemy in sight, which means it's not necessarily my target. And, you should apply it to myself just to get some tenacity. Oh, wait, I'm a bard. I can reroll this, right? Of course, I can reroll any die. Wow, including this status die. Okay, this is pretty cool. So, hopefully for fear at least, yeah, that would be great. Or maybe even maim or bane, that would be awesome. So, that is what I'm rolling on. Mud Crab, come on. And we've got Maim. Not as good as Bane though, that would be completely GG. But hey, still not too bad. And I guess I can make some lockpick checks now, right? Since we shut down the enemy effectively. I don't mind coming a bit closer. 1, 2 at least. Okay, so that's about it. Now enemy's turn. Mud Crab moves just 1 and 2, and that's about it. Beginning of round 3. I'm recovering 2 dice, and I guess I'll just roll the same dice, because there's not much else I can do, frankly. Technically I don't even need to roll both, since it's a stalwart enemy, but just in case something rolls on other dice, on other faces that I maybe don't want to resolve, or maybe even some tenacity, that would be nice. So that is what I'm rolling, targeting of course Mud Crab. And wow, 4 damage. Such a waste, since it can lose only 1. Okay, that's about it. Now should I go for lockpick check? No, you know what? That is actually might be a bit too risky, because if I get any light fatigue in between, I might not be able to recover my force shock dice in time, and look at that, we're already at round 3. So we have a very, very little wiggle room when it comes to defeating this stalwart enemy before getting over fatigue. So I think I'll just move 1 step just in case, even though, I was standing here, right? I guess I can still move a bit further away from this Mud Crab, and that's about it. Now Mud Crab moves 1, 2, that's it. Beginning of round 4, recovering 2 dice and rolling 2 dice. Okay, this is actually quite perfect. Can't complain, definitely I'm dealing some damage and getting some tenacity along the way, like that. And well, I guess now I should be able to make a lockpick check because I'll recover those dice and hopefully finish it off at round 5. So yeah, I'm moving 1, 2, that's it. Now over to Mudcrab, it rolls a single die, but hopefully with Maim it won't deal any damage, at least that's the plan. And yep, we've got 1 damage, halved, rounded down, that is 0 damage. Fantastic. So now it's beginning of round 5, recovering 2 dice, and let's roll and hoping for the best. Okay, this is perfect. 2 damage and 1 tenacity once again. Mudcrab is down, and we still have a chance to make a lockpick check, because the battle ends at the end of the round. So I guess I'll go there, make a lockpick check. 3, 1, 5. I need at least 1 more consumable item for my side quest. So 3, 1, 5. Let's go. Ooh, this is not bad. We've got 3 and 5, and I have not used my Bard reroll yet. But let's see, we got 2 more attempts first on this normal check. And 1 more. Wow, another 4. Okay, last attempt. We've got 2. And you know what, yeah, I'm probably not gonna risk it with my Bard reroll. I'll just grab 1 light fatigue, and that's it. Come on, something useful. Glyph of stamina recovery. I mean, this is not bad, but not something I was hoping for either. Probably something I will actually discard for activating Province effect when I need it. So this is discarded, and that's it. That is the end of this encounter. Wasn't too bad, even though I still lost 1 HP. And when you're playing on expert difficulty, it's not as easy recovering even that 1 single bit of missing HP. So those 2 enemies are returned. Let me clean up the cache. We've got 2 experience, so we have now 4 on the tracker, and with 2 experience to spend. And I mean, that can be a bit a tricky one, because there is nothing on level 2 of destruction stuff that would sort of immediately help me. I mean, there is a destructive touch, which I basically cannot use with such a small health pool, and before I have my power stone. And a wall of elements probably isn't that much of a help right now. So a couple of options, probably trying another stamina, or even a 2 health, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Or I can train some light armor dice. And I think, yeah, this is still the way to go. At least some damage prevention and a couple of extra mobility, I guess. So I'm training both spell warding and grace. Yep, these are the 2 dice. Spend my 2 experience, and that's about it. So the encounter is successful. Let's activate the Province effect, and we have another unrest rising up. Okay, but at least by 1. That means we're still at the peaceful zone, which is great. That means on the next day in Stormhelm, we're gonna have all 8 trainers. Fantastic. So it's now beginning of day 3. We'll reset the die counter as well, the round counter. And yeah, I guess let's stick to the plan and go to Shornhelm. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unfortunately, I have to take 2 light fatigue for additional fatigue travel. But now in Shornhelm, whatever it's called, it says before populating trainers, subtract a number of trainers based on the current unrest value, and we have it peaceful, so we're subtracting 0. It means we're populated 8 trainers. Nice. But before I do, let's also reveal the shop. We have 1 legendary and 3 common. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we have some nice food items as well. So I'm actually considering now grabbing one of those consumable items just for my master promotion. But first things first. Yeah, of course, let's reveal the trainers, and we have a bunch of them. We have 8. Wow, that is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 more. 1, 2. Wow. And we do have Daedric summoning. Yes, 100% that would be my first town action. And the second town action, I mean, it could be Leisure Domain or probably Speech. Yeah, I think Speech. But also this fondue is so good as well. And by the way, I completely forgot that because previous encounter was on unstable landmark, means we should gain 2 tenacity. I apologize for the oversight, completely on me, but you know what, since we made it all the way here for the town trainers, I think I'll get the most value out of it and train actually both of these skill lines. Not sure if we'll ever have a chance of revealing that many trainers, at least in this session. So that's about it. That was pretty much the town encounter. Let me place everything back. Okay, and such a shame we didn't have a chance to grab those items. I could have become Bard Master already, pretty much, right? And just speaking of becoming a bard master, I think I can gain this side quest at any time, right? So I think that is what I'm doing, spending 2 tenacity on my class ability, Pilgrim on the Road, which has gained the Bard Harder side quest, if not already gained. So, side quests, Bard Harder, let's see where it is. Nope. It would be Hilarity if it's the top side quest. And come on. Bard Harder. Yep, this is the one. Well, it wasn't at the top, but still pretty close. Okay, Bard Harder. Now, the way this side quest works is that it scales with the number of players, and it says complete a number of the following tasks equal to party size. So for me it would be only one task, and the first task is, as a free turn action, adventurer must discard a collective total of 4 items, but consumable food items counts as 2 items for this task. This is why I wanted consumable items so badly, but hey, that's about it. Didn't get any experience, unfortunately, but at least we trained the skill lines we needed, and we're pretty much set when it comes to that for the rest of the campaign. So I think hopefully it was still worth it. And ooh, we're now increasing unrest by 2, so it goes all the way to the end of 10s, and we are approaching dangerous. Yeah, not good. And now it's beginning of day 4. And now things are a little bit spicy, because it is already recommended by day 4 to go to this quest clash encounter, but we cannot reach it, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yikes. I mean, we could potentially go the same route that we got here, going back to this unstable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then on day 5 reach that destination. But with enemy pool of 4, I don't feel comfortable doing that at all. It would be 4 level 1 enemies. Yeah, definitely not the best move. I could go to this peaceful encounter, and from that it would be 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yep, I could reach it, so that is potentially another option. Or perhaps I could go maybe to this town, and from this town it would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yep, I could reach it, with the idea that hopefully if I grab another food item, I can promote to master site, and that would be amazing. Now let's see if there is anything. Fell's Ruin or Fell's Run, whatever that town is. There are anything useful there at all? Let's see at the start of this encounter if unrest is at 10s or higher, and it is 10s. Each adventurer must discard 1 item if possible. Oh, okay, this is not good. But look, we have at least 3 legendary, and legendary items are also good. I can think of at least a couple of items that would be great for this build, like the Sabatons or the armor that prevents 1 damage. Yeah, I think these 2 would be amazing. So should I risk it and go to this Fell's Ruin hoping to get another consumable item? But first I would need to discard probably this glyph. Yeah, or another way, I could go to Peaceful, even though I won't be able to promote to Master until that clash. Or perhaps I could go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to this town, Morkul Stronghold. Perhaps it would be a bit better than that. Let's see, a Stronghold. What we have here. If the unrest level is at dangerous, no, it is not. We have 3 common and 1 legendary, so it is a bit worse when it comes to legendaries, but at least I'm not discarding an item, which is also a good thing. So now let's see fatigue wise. If I go to this town, no fatigue, and on the day after that would be 1, 2, 3 and 2 fatigue. But I believe it's the same way, right? If I go to the Stronghold, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to gain 2 more light fatigue. But actually we have the tavern, and it says if the unrest is dangerous or high, the inn is closed, but it is not on dangerous yet. We're just barely on the edge of it. That means we could take potentially a shop action and then an inn action. And I think this is the play. This is where I'm moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm gaining 2 more light fatigue and initiate this Morkul Stronghold with 1 legendary item. Ooh, we got the dog. It is such a good item. And we had 1, 2, 3, and yes, we get the consumable item. Fantastic. And trainers, well, we frankly don't need trainers. With your permission, I'm not even going to reveal anything, since I'm not intending to train anything else. So that means as my first turn action, I'm grabbing this consumable item. So we have now 2 of them, and then it says, as a free turn action, adventurer must discard a collective total of 4 items. Consumable counts as 2, so I'm discarding both of these and completing this task. Nice! So day 3 or whatever it is, day 4, master upgrade, yeah baby. And once the final task is complete this quest. Oh, we completed this side quest, which means we're also reducing unrest. I believe it's 5 minus party size, so we're decreasing this by 4. Let me double check. Yep, it's 5 minus party size, so I'm decreasing it by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 0. Fantastic. Also gain 1 experience, so 1. Let's add this to the tracker. We have a nice round number of 5, and we're also gaining 5 tenacity. Yoo-hoo, that's a good start. So side quest complete. Let me flip this to the master side. That was pretty quick, but I think it is high priority to become master, especially for a class like Bard, because we can now reroll dice potentially from ranged enemies, which is really valuable. And probably even more importantly, we have Tale of Sirabane to recover drained or exhausted dice. But we still have 1 down action because we took only 1 so far. We grabbed the item, we used side quest thing as a free action, and now yeah, let's go for the tavern. So I'm getting 1 health back all the way down, up to 4, and removing all those nasty fatigue. Okay, not too shabby, and that's about it. The town encounter is complete, and unfortunately I didn't have a chance to grab this dog. It could be a lifesaver potentially. So yeah, but I think we did alright nevertheless, and we have 1 experience to spend. And I think I'll go for Dead Recurse. I do want to get to Expert Summoner and to summon as quick as I can. So that is at least something. Grab it. It's a Dead Recurse, of course, one of my favorite dice in the game. Spent my experience. Now let's activate the Province effect, and we have, oh, no changes. Okay, great. Cannot complain. And now it's the beginning of day 5, and we're already 1 day behind. But I think with 5 experience, that is still not too bad, because we have a nice round number of the enemy pool. So let me go back to this quest and read it properly one more time what we need to do. So travel to Faerun Stronghold, which is this one. Yep. Initiate the following clash recommended by day 4. Deploy Karzug Magul to Hex A. And deploy level... Oh, we got level 10 Bone Lord. Okay, each time a unit moves onto Star Hex, it is dealt 1 true damage. Enemies only move into Star Hexes if they must do so to reach their destination hex. And Karzug Magul is a companion controlled by the party. Encounter is failed if she is defeated. And objective is Conquer, but we have a companion, so that is good. And let's see what she rolls. 2 combat dice, but only a single target. And let's see this Bone Lord. I already set this chip aside. It has Necromancy, which is quite annoying, but it has Decay. So now the question is, if I'll be able to actually even defeat a level 10 enemy with just basically those 3 dice I have. Or should I go potentially to another clash before that? We have a conflict encounter right before us, and with enemy pool of 5, that would be nice. But on the other hand, we will have more enemies for this quest clash, and we're already 1 day behind, so yeah, you know what, I think let's go for it. The fact it is decaying definitely helps a bit, so let's go for it. That is what I'm going. 1, 2 to this Faerun Stronghold. I should bring this back because we need the battle map set up. So it's going to be entrance on the right, like that. We have 1 cash chip in the middle. Hold on, wait. This doesn't look like a clash tile at all. Is this a delve tile, perhaps? And I guess so. I'm not getting crazy, right? But I believe it's a delve tile instead. So, yep, that is more like it. Let me take this one. It's still a clash here, right? Yep, of course it is a clash. Okay, so not too bad then. We have this cash chip in the middle, and we deploy our companion with 6 HP, so that is 5 and 6 to Hex A. We have Bone Lord, also with 6 HP on Hex B, and we have only a single level 5 enemy because our enemy pool is 5. And we have Dark Elf Marauder. Oh no, we divert and disrupt. This is actually quite nasty enemy. That is not good. And it goes to the spot number 1. And all star hexes are effectively traps, but I don't think we need any. We're basically all range damage dealers. So look at that. Range 6 and 4 and 5, and I have range 5 as well. Range 4. So, okay, And if I stay here on the entrance tile, I believe I'll be beyond the reach of the Bone Lord, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I am still within its reach. Okay, not good. And we just need to defeat everyone. Okay, so let's go for it. Beginning of round 1. I don't have any dice to recover and I have 4 magicka, so I can roll all 4 of these. And I think I will target Dark Elf Marauder. Even though we have a Necromancy, I just cannot leave this guy with 2 combat. Yeah, unfortunately that is still my priority. Ooh, and because of my racial ability I can also add a status die. That wouldn't be too bad. And actually even before that, should not forget that I am a bard after all, so I can use my Red Mountain Drinking Song. After deploying enemies, deal 1 true damage to up to 3 enemies that were just deployed. And you know what? I'll go for it. I'm gonna spend 1 tenacity to immediately deal 1 true damage. Okay, I have not rolled any dice, so I think that is alright. That is not cheating. So now I'm rolling the die, targeting, yes, still Dark Elf Marauder, even though it has Divert. Super annoying, but let's go. Ooh, we've got Bane. I mean, just imagine having Fear. That would be actually even better, but honestly, with Bane, can't complain either. I'm definitely placing it on this guy. We have a Grace with number 2. We're dealing 4 damage, which would be enough to defeat this enemy, but it is Divert. Such an annoying enemy. Okay, it still has 1 HP left. And this one, I can either gain tenacity or use my bard reroll. Yeah, but you know what? I'll use my bard reroll. Ooh, number 3. Not too bad. I believe there is 4 maximum, right? Yeah. Still not too bad, and that's it. I don't think I'll be doing anything else really. So now it's over to my companion, and I think I will just defeat this guy. She rolls 2 enemy combat dice, but I believe before rolling she needs to roll a d6 first, or rather before doing damage. So let me roll the dice first. Of course I'm targeting this Dark Elf Marauder, and we've got, wow, we've got 4 damage. Are you kidding me? I could have defeated this Bone Lord Necromancer pretty much. Okay, so we've got 4 damage, but now we need to roll a d6, and on 3 to 6, that would be true damage, and we need to increase unrest by 1, I believe. So let's roll this one. We've got 2, so basically nothing happens, but it's alright. This enemy is defeated. Now it's over to Bone Lord. And first things first, this enemy is taking 1 true damage thanks to Bane. Now it's gonna roll 1 die, targeting both of us, right? Yep, it can target both. Okay, so let's go. 1 damage. This is fantastic, because I can prevent it and she prevents it as well. So I'm gonna reduce my Spell Warden by 1, and frankly I don't need to recover any die, but hey, I will still recover them anyway. Okay, that was its turn pretty much. Now also at the end of turn it is decaying, so taking 1 more true damage, and then also resurrecting the top enemy from the defeated stack. But oh my goodness, because this is a level 5 enemy, it will still act this round. Silly me. It means I could have potentially just completely ignore it, I guess, and focus on Bone Lord. Yeah, for some reason I thought that this enemy will skip its turn, but no, because it's still level 5. Goes after level 10, it means it still activates. Okay, so 2 dice targeting our companion. At least it's not within the range of me anymore, because it deploys on adjacent hex from the Necromancer, so let's go. 2 damage, and she takes 1. Okay, now it's the beginning of new round. I'm recovering, well, with a single die. And let's see, this Necromancer has 3 health left. With 2 defense, it means 5 damage. Yeah, not sure I can do this with those 2 dice, unless I get a bit lucky. But you know what? Let me use my Grace to come adjacent to this enemy. So I'm reducing this by 1, like that. Now I can move up to 6, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, I can move even over here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was my move action. And now I can roll both of these alongside Daedric Summoning, Daedric Curse, to either defeat the Bone Lord or deal some damage to Dark Elf Marauder, because this damage from this die does not require a target. So yep, I'm still declaring Bone Lord as the target and just rolling, well, these 3 dice. Now as I think about it, can also potentially exhaust some of these to reroll, but no, I'm fine like that. So let's go. This is alright, I guess. We can do 4 damage, which means to go through. This enemy has the last HP chip and will be defeated from Bane anyway, so this is good. I am still taking 1 true damage though. And now, well, I guess let's still try to reroll it. And this is what I'm resolving first, gaining 1 tenacity, and for this one I'm using my bot reroll. Well, frankly, any result would be better to defeat this guy. So, let's see. Oh yes, 2 true damage, fantastic. This enemy is defeated, and that's about it. I mean, it's now over to Companion, but I can even completely just skip its turn. And now over to Bone Lord, boom, Bane, finish off the job. Nice. Okay, this wasn't too bad. I mean, I still lost 1 HP, but this definitely could have been worse. And I believe we gain 2 experience, right? Battle objective is Conquer, reward 2 XP, yes. So let's just save it like that. For now, we have 7 on the tracker. Let me clean it up, remove those level 5, level 10. And this is our character, okay. When completed, go to entry BO2 on page 26. So page 26, and yeah, now things get a bit more complicated, I guess. If there is at least 1 orc adventure in your party, nope, we don't have orcs. So each adventure draws a legendary item, increase unrest by 2, huh? 3 legendary? Okay. Scamp Crusher, wow, that would be amazing for some characters, but not really for me, unfortunately. But hey, at least something I could discard to activate my Province effect, because this is, no, I still have another item if needed. Okay, or maybe this was actually referred to only if orc have in your party? I guess so. Yeah, silly me, this was probably only if you have orc. Now I know the top item, but hey, I'm sorry about that. I'm honestly not sure if you still get the legendary, even if you don't have orc. A bit confused by that, but anyway, we have quest objective. We need to obtain 2 high rock totems by successfully completing encounters while occupying 2 of the following landmarks. The Doomcrag at Tura Estate, Glenumbra Moors and Aldcroft. You may not use the same landmark twice. If the encounter at one of these landmarks is failed, the quest is not failed, you may attempt another encounter at that landmark on a future day. So first let's find those landmarks. I believe this all those conflicts, right? We have the Doomcrag, yep. We've got the Atura Estate and Glenumbra Moors, and there was one more, Aldcroft. Okay, it's over there. So we have 3 conflict and 1 peaceful, and we need to complete encounters on at least 2 out of these 4. Okay, if any of these encounters result in a battle, add the current unrest to the calculated EP. So we're gonna add that value to the EP. This is not good. And after each time an encounter of one of these landmarks is successful, set aside the token to represent that totem has been collected. Once 2 totems have been collected, travel to North Point, initiate a town encounter recommended by day 12, initiates a clash at the end of the quest. During the encounter, each adventure must take an in-town action and then proceed. Okay, so North Point, well, it should be north. Okay, over here. Yeah, so we basically need to make at least 2 encounters, either Doomcrag or here at the south, or here on Glenumbra Moors or over there, and then go to North Point by day 12. And we're already at day 5, it's going to be beginning of day 6 now, wow. Okay, so ongoing step effects, so we have quest unit remains as a companion controlled by the party, even if defeated in battle. Rather than deploy at full HP, she maintains her HP after a battle and heals to full HP after the adventure rest step, and for each HP she heals, each adventure must gain 1 light fatigue. Okay, this part is not too bad, but traveling around the map is definitely a bit of an issue, I guess. So let me return the clash tile and place this one aside. It's more or less clear now what we need to do. We still have 2 experience to spend though, and for that, well, definitely let's go for more Daedric summoning. And I'm thinking, well, there is a bit of a dilemma between Power Stone or Expert Summoner, and ideally I would want both, but I mean right now, probably Expert Summoner, even though I don't have my Summon Companion yet. But hey, so we spend 1 XP, and I can either save that experience or potentially train Authority, but I think I'd rather save it. Maybe train cooldown, or maybe train, just summon. I think that my priority would be on level 3 to summon hopefully this Clanfear. Even though, wait, I believe Expert Summoner works even on normal companions, right? I mean, even on this lady, as she is my companion now for this quest. That means my Expert Summoner should work on her as well. Okay, So yeah, definitely that's what I'm spending my 1 experience, and I still have 1 left, so that's about when it comes to advancing. Now let's activate the province effect, and we have this symbol. I believe it reduces by 2, but we don't need to reduce. That is such a waste. Let's see, with this symbol you decrease it by 1. Okay, but we don't need to decrease. I'll rather draw this a bit later, but hey, you never know. So now it begins off day 6, and well, we have a lot to travel. Let me mark this quest marker somewhere. Where should we go? To Doomcrag or over there? I mean, our final destination by day 12 is North Point, so it's probably reasonable to leave Doomcrag for the second encounter. That means right now our destination will probably be this one. I mean, there is no point to go into either of these 2, right? So yeah, let's go here on the south, take 1 encounter over here, then in Doomcrag, and then day 12 North Point. I think that is the plan. Now the question is, how can we reach this destination? This is once again brings back to this empty area, which is a bit tricky to deal with. I mean, we are day 6. It will take at least 2 days to reach this destination. It would be day 8 probably. Then likely 2 more days until this one. It would be day 10. Well, I guess that kind of works, but let's see. Can we reach this unstable? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we actually can. The problem, of course, that we'll get 3 light fatigue, which isn't great. Could potentially go to maybe this unstable, 1, 2, 3, and from that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, that is a lot of light fatigue one way or another. But I guess let's follow the closest one first. And so yeah, I'm just moving 1, 2, 3 with no light fatigue, and let's roll the die. Unfortunately, there is not much conflict landmarks to begin with, so we have to take pretty much unstable, either this or that one. So I guess I'm hoping for the clash, but to be honest, I wouldn't mind peaceful either. So let's see what we get. Oh well, conflict it is then. Alright, let's see what's that. Cave of Conflict. It's a local card from High Rock, and I don't remember what that is. Oh, it's a delve, and we have an unstable option. It says all Breton enemies deploy with plus 3 HP, all Orc enemies increase their combat stat by 1. Oh my goodness, this is so bad. I mean, both of these options would have been so much better, but because we are all unstable, yep. Alright then, delve it is then, so let me remove this one. And I do have my companion now, so that is at least a bit of reassurance that she can hopefully soak some damage at least. So let me move this as further as I can. Deploy probably like that. Okay, so it's the beginning of round 1. I'm recovering only 2 dice. And now, here comes the question. Do I even want to explore and kind of fight enemies as I go? Or potentially, since I have grace and quite decent movement, I can just rush through the delve, collect sky shards and hopefully survive, and that's it. The only problem is that I have only a single charge on my grace. So in ideal case, I would need to make double movement, basically moving 6 and then 6 more. I mean 12, that is quite decent. But yeah, as I said, the problem is we have only a single charge left. And so for that, you know what? Yeah, let me still trigger exploration, but I think I will exhaust my grace to hopefully recover it next turn, to roll it again, and then maybe on round 3 make double movement. At least that's the plan, because with 3 HP I don't feel comfortable just going delve by delve and defeating all enemies, even though I do have companion and I have my expert summoner, so that is quite nice. So yep, first things first, let me trigger exploration. We have no sky shard and we have a small tile, and it says either increase the round counter by 1 and heal all adventurers to full HP, or reduce it by 1 and each adventurer is dealt 2 true damage. Oh my, I definitely cannot afford taking 2 true damage. I would be with the last health chip. That means I am increasing the round counter by 1, so we have 2 now, and heal to full HP, so I'm healing 1. Yikes, we already have round counter 2. Okay, we have small tile, so I'm gonna connect it this way, and we need to deploy 1 level 1 enemy. Okay, we have a cache and level 1 enemy, and we have a wisp. Okay, not too bad. 4 HP goes over here, So that was exploration. Now, as I said, I think I'm gonna kick off grace from my active slot to hopefully recover it and roll with a value 3 or even 2 would be nice, just so I could make double movement to rush through the delve and hopefully collect a couple of sky shards along the way. At least that's the plan. And now as my first engage, and frankly the only engage, let me just roll this 3, yeah, not much else I can do it seems. Oh nice, I'm not taking any true damage, I'm just dealing 4. And because it's ethereal, but we engage in magic battle form, we completely ignoring that. We didn't even need the help of our companion. Fantastic. And for this miss, of course, I'm using my Bard reroll. Hopefully place it in my cooldown, in my active slot, at least with some value. That would be nice. And we've got 2. Yep, definitely not too bad. Now the question is, do I even want to move? And well, I definitely don't want to explore, but I think I don't mind trying to lockpick this item at least. Let's see what's that. 5, 2, 6. I need some items to activate my province effect at least, so let's go. Oh, wow, got 5, and I think I'll take it for 1 light fatigue into 2, and we have 2 more attempts to roll 6, but I already used my Bard reroll, so get 3. Nope, last attempt. Oh nice. Can't complain. Unlocked. Anything good? For the rest of your turn you may move through occupied hexes and may move in addition to hexes during your move action. Oh nice! This is fantastic for this particular delve. What a good draw. Okay, this is resolved and that's it. I'm not doing anything else. I think I'll just move my companion probably 1 space like that and that's it. Now it's the beginning of round 3. I'm recovering only those 2 dice and yeah, this is definitely not a good turn for exploring either. So I think I'll just roll a single grace, hoping for number 2, but 3 would be even better. So engage with a single die, let's go. Oh, we got number 1. Well, definitely using my Bard's reroll. Come on, we need number 2. Oh, and we've got even 3. Yes, thank you. And now that's about it. I don't think I want to explore because I wouldn't be able to deal with those enemies anyway, so I think I'll leave my turn like that, but we've made a setup to hopefully finish the delve in the next 2 rounds. So now it's beginning of round 4, I'm recovering those 2 dice, I'm not making any engage, and instead I'm reducing my grace by 1, so we now have 6 movement, and wow, you look at that. With those North Striders, I'm gonna spend 1 tenacity to move 2 additional hexes and even move through units. So we now have 8 movement. How cool is that? By the way, this cash chip of course is removed. So I'm moving 1, which is probably track the remaining move steps. So we got 8, we moved 1, it's 7 left. I'm triggering exploration. Come on, sky shards. Yes, we'll get 1, and that is another small tile. And it says deploy an enemy to an occupied hex on as many tiles with swarmed keyword as possible. Okay, the enemy level corresponds to the current unrest, and we have peaceful, so we're gonna have deploying level 1 enemy on each swarm tile, which we have only this one for now. And small tile we have, oh, it's this one with no enemies. Nice. Let's see how we can connect it. Maybe this way, just to have a bit more branching. Yep, so that is what we revealed. Now we need to add a 1 level 1 enemy on this swarmed tile, and that would be Nord Bandit. Okay, 6 HP. And do they deploy with something? Nope, only Bretons and Orcs deploy with extra stats. Okay, so I moved once, then 1 more, collected the Sky Shard, and 1 more, so we have now 5 left. Got 1, 2, 3, yep, triggering another exploration, and we have no Sky Shard unfortunately. When revealed, the party may choose to discard party-size items. If it does so, reduce other round counter or unrest by 1. I can reduce 1 item to decrease the round counter, but I don't think I want to or even able to. I mean, I have only single item I can discard, but no, I think we're good. We still have 2 rounds, so let's deploy enemies. And it's long tail tile. I think I'll place this somewhere like that, so we can explore maybe here down. I think I'm gonna need to place my dice tray aside for now, and we have only a single level 1 enemy again, and that would be Orc Bandit, and Orcs have 1 more combat, so it would roll 3 combat dice. Okay, and we still have a cache here, so place it like that, and the enemy over here. Right, so that is where I moved. And it also says, adventurers with 4 items in ready slots cannot move onto or off on this tile. Well, not a problem, I have only a single item in a ready slot, so I'll just continue moving. 1, 2, we now have 3 left. I'm triggering another exploration. Come on. Nope, no Sky Shard. Yikes. When revealed for 1 or 2 players, the party may choose to replace the deployed enemy with a level 10 enemy. If it does, reduce either the round counter or unrest by 1. And I don't think I want to do this either. So we'll get the round shape. I'm gonna place this somewhere like that. It is connected now, right? Yep. And we need to deploy, well, another level 1 enemy. And that would be, we'll get a zombie. Nice, the local guy with 5 health. It goes over here. And we also have 2 caches here, or rather just 1, right? We got the legendary one, and now I can, well, continue moving. Do have 3 movement left for my first move action. How crazy is that? So I think I'll go just 1, 2, 3. I don't want to make any more lockpick checks, because I know that for the next day I will need to add 3 light fatigue to my cooldown track, so I'd rather not clog it too much. So I moved 3 more, so that's it. That was the end of this move action, and I'm just exploring again. And we've got throne room, yes, with 2 more sky shards. Nice. So that is the big one, the big tile. Oh my goodness, I don't think I could feed this in the frame, but I think that's all right. And we're gonna deploy a level 5 and a level 1 enemy, because our enemy pool is 7. So let's see. Got 2 enemies. We've got a wolf, I guess that was the first enemy I draw, so that becomes bear. And we've got a new Daedric Prince enemy. Such a shame I won't be able to defeat it. So first enemy, 6 health, goes to the bottom. I'm afraid this is just, you cannot see. Oh, that is a shame. Let me try to slide things up a bit, like that, and like that. Hopefully I'm not mess things up too much. Was it this way, right? And this way. Didn't help much, to be honest, because yeah, you still cannot see the bottom part. But I think it's alright. It's basically 4 spaces away, and frankly I'll still move back. I'm definitely going to retreat, and we have 5 plus 2 health. That's 7. Yep, goes to the bottom here as well. Something you cannot see, unfortunately, but hey, because I have not engaged yet, it means I can make my second move action, and that was exactly the point of me rolling this grace. Wow, I'm so glad I did. And so for throne room, when revealed, the party may choose to gain any amount of light fatigue. Nope, I didn't want to do that, but we would need to gain 3 over fatigue now for collecting that. Yikes. Okay, well, definitely making my second move action, so I'm reducing grace by another 1, so I have now 8 more movements, right, thanks to those North Striders. It says you may move through occupied hexes and move additional to hexes during your move actions. So it's the effect until the end of turn. Nice. So let's maybe count 1 more time. We got 6 movements again, gonna be like that. I'm moving 1 to collect this sky shard, means I am gaining 3 over fatigue. Wow, how bad is that? And now, well, I just need to probably move back and survive. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But wait, I believe this orc wasn't quite here. I believe it was right like that, at least as far as I remember, because I already calculated in my head the way back, and this orc shouldn't be able to reach me. So it was supposed to be this way. So now with 7 movements, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it looks like it still can reach me no matter what. Okay, unless, wait a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, this hurts. This hurts. And if I stay here, if I'm not gonna retreat back, too much over there, then I would get hit by a zombie, and we've got another guy over here, and we've got a bear with 3 combat. Yeah, this is horrible. Well, I guess I'll just move still back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's about it. We don't need to track this anymore, and we just need to survive now. Okay, we still have a turn of our companion, and I don't think we need to roll anything really. We just need to survive, basically, from those 2 enemies. So I guess let's go for Nord Bandit first. Before it rolls the dice, it first tries to steal, so it's gonna roll 1d6, and on 4 or higher it will steal an item from me. Hopefully not. Yes, we've got 1. Nothing is stolen. Fantastic. Now it's gonna roll a single die, engaging, well, both of us, so let's go. Oh, we've got number 2. No. I'm using my bard reroll to hopefully change this to number 1. And yes, we've got number 1. My companion preventing that, and I will prevent this as well, thanks to my spell warden. But now to this orc bandit. It moves 1, 2, and engages me with 3 combat dice because of this unstable effect. Okay, this might hurt, and I might die, I mean, with 4 HP. Yikes. Let's go. Ooh, we've got 3 damage, but this enemy is aggressive, so it's gonna reroll this miss as well. Yikes. 4 damage, but I will now use my bard reroll to reroll its number 2. Hopefully change this to 1. And yes, we've got 3 damage. I can prevent 1 with my spell warden, and apparently I can even recover it itself. That is how it works. This has been confirmed, even though it's still a bit mind-boggling to me. Nevertheless, I am still taking 2 damage, so I'm now at 2 health, and yes, that's it. Of course, we need to move those enemies. They move 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1, 2, but that's about it. We don't need to worry about those. So the encounter is successful, yay! And we've got 4 experience, so from 7 to 11, and we've got, well, we'll get 1 saved, so that means we have 5 experience to spend. But before I do, let me clean up this mess. The Delph deck, give it a good shuffle, like that, make it ready for the next Delph, and let's clean it up. We've got enemy 1, well, they're all level 1s, right? Yep, 1 and 5s. Fall back, clean it up, and with 3 over fatigue in my cooldown track, I'm actually not sure how I can handle it now. So, Delph, okay, gonna remove all that, clean it up. Let me bring the clash tile back, and yep, hopefully this is a bit more cleaner now. So, wow, 5 experience to spend. That could be a cooldown and a summon. And I think this is the way. And by the way, it is unstable, right? Yep, so I am gaining 2 tenacity. Should not forget about that, even though I can only gain 1 because I am already at full. But yeah, I think I will still upgrade my cooldown track to 3 and train summon on level 3, which costs 2 experience, like that. Nice. So we spent all the experience, and I think I do want to activate my province effect, my adventure rest step. So I think I'm going to discard this glyph, even though I could have used this. Actually, it says enchant round counter, and yeah, I mean, this is a pretty useful thing, but I think right now my priority would be to remove those over fatigue. Even though, wait a sec, we have a town on the way, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, still within our reach. Wayrest. Do we have a tavern in this place? Let's check it out. Wayrest. If there is a tavern, I'm probably gonna go there instead. And yep, we do have a tavern. It says if the unrest is dangerous, well, it is very far from dangerous. Adventurers have 1 fewer town actions. Okay, you know what? I think this is where I'm gonna to head. Even though my plan was to go to this conflict as part of the quest line, but I think removing over fatigue would be better priority right now. So that means I'll still keep my glyph for now. That means we just need to activate the province effect, and we have this symbol, which means it moves by 2, but still far away from danger, so that is alright. So now it's beginning of day 7, and yep, as I said, the plan is, I guess, well, let's clean this up as well. The plan is to go to this town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means I'm gaining 2 more light fatigue, but that is not a big deal because we're going to the tavern. So initiating this town encounter, Wayrest, and let me move this aside for now. By the way, this is of course removed as well. So we have 2 legendaries, and of course I already know one. Yeah, this is not something I need. And this is, well, this is potentially decent stuff. Got 1, 2, 3. Ooh, Barkskin Helmet. This is a nice item. I mean, healing for 2 HP and removing a status die is pretty nice as well, but I don't think I need to. I mean, I do have my healing from Battle of Glenombre Moors, right? The class ability. Not this one. 3 hearts as 1, of course. For each fatigue die in your cooldown track, heal adventurer for collective total of 2 HP. So I do have a little bit of self-healing, so I don't think this is a priority. And instead, yeah, I'll take Barkskin Helmet 100%. Gonna place this probably on top, just to visually rearrange a little bit. And I'm gonna keep my glyph, well, probably, yeah, in the pack, not something I need immediately. And as my second down action, definitely going to the inn, removing all of those super nasty over fatigue, and that's about it. Of course, healing for 2 HP as well. And oh man, 4 HP, what a tough life. And I believe I'm not healing my companion to full, because it is wounded. It's missing 1 HP currently, because we can heal her only when I activate my adventure rest step, which I have not done yet actually. So remove all of that. We're done with the town encounter. I'm not trying anything, don't have experience, just activating the province effect. And we've got, oh no, 2 more, so we are coming closer to dangerous. Not good, not good. And I believe on those quest encounters we add the value of unrest to the EP, which actually is not too bad because we have 11. That means with 4 is going to be nice, 15, just 2 enemies. Yeah, that should be doable. So that's it. Now it's beginning of day 8, and we can now head over to this clash or to this conflict encounter 1, 2. Just let me double check that there are no any special rules when it comes to that. I believe we had on page 26. Let me double check. So we need to obtain 2 totems, and it says if any of these encounters results in a battle, add the current unrest to the calculated EP. Yep, that was the thing. Okay, so it is just a normal conflict landmark in that sense. So I'm just drawing this card, Unsealed Pole. That's from the general deck. I believe this must be a clash. Yep, it is a clash. As a matter of fact, I can turn this into a peaceful encounter if I want to, but I think I don't mind gaining 2 experience, because in the other option I wouldn't get any experience. Yeah, definitely choosing the first option. So we'll get the setup with the same layout actually, and it says when deploying enemies, use as many beasts as possible. After deploying enemies, flip party-size level 1 enemies to their level 5 sides. Well, we won't have any level 1 enemies. So let's see, level 10 beast. Probably gonna be easier this way. Gonna draw a bunch of them at once. Let's see, not beast, not beast. On the 10 side. Yep, not beast, not beast, and not beast. And here we come. We have Mammoth. Okay, this is not too bad. And we should not forget about the native thing, because in this province it heals everyone for that much value, all allied enemies. So we've got level 10, now we need to drop level 5. And we have Argonian Marauder. This enemy is much worse than level 10 enemy. How bad is that? So 5 plus 1 from Colossal, only 6 HP of level 10. Hold on, this is a humanoid and we need beasts. Oh, silly me. Well, let's keep drawing then. And nope, 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 and nope. Okay, we've got the crocodile for combat. Oh my goodness. Okay, but now we have 2 companions, so I feel quite confident that I should be able to deal with this clash with no problem. We get 1 and 2, and we've got 2 caches which I actually might lockpick, because I feel like my companions should do most of the hard work. Hold on, wait, this is supposed to be here and like that, right? Yeah, so I definitely need to defeat the crocodile first, but it looks like I don't have a range, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I need to move 1 and I'll still be safe. So yeah, I'm fine like that. Let me deploy my companion as well, and she has a range 5, and that is pretty nice. And well, I think I'm just gonna move 1 space over here, roll those 3 dice, or rather 4, and maybe before I do, let me also knock off this one. even though no, I think I'm fine, because it's very likely that my expert stamina will be knocked off and I'll rather recover that one. Yeah, okay, so let's go. I'm targeting Crocodile, clearing it as my target with those 4 dice. Let's go. Wow, this is so bad. First of all, I'm already at full 5 tenacity. I don't need any. That is such a waste. And this is not the summon I wanted. So I'm gonna resolve this one. And then the question is, which of these two should I try to reroll with my Bard ability? And I think I'll still go for this summon. I just prefer Clannfear so much more. That means it is a complete waste. Wow, how unfortunate. And Bard reroll, come on. And we've got the same companion again, what a waste. Okay, nevertheless, I'm dealing 2 damage to Crocodile with my Force Shock. And then I'm draining this one to summon the companion. Let me find this chip. So this one, Atranak, not a big fan of this companion at all. I always prefer Clannfear. But hey, at least it can tank some damage. So we get 6. Place it like that, and I guess that's about it. Not much else I can do. Now over to my companions, and I think I'll go for Atranak first, moving it 1, 2. Unfortunately, it's a melee companion, so it has to move. And I'm gonna use my expert summoner to increase its combat by 2, so it's gonna roll 3 dice targeting Crocodile. Let's go. Well, 3 damage, not even enough to defeat it. Clannfear definitely would have been defeated already. Now over to my next companion, and I think she needs to move as well. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on, she has range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, no need to move her at all. And even though it is a bit of waste, but it looks like I have to use my expert summoner as well. And I guess I'll target the mammoth, I guess. Otherwise that would be a bit of waste of damage for the Crocodile. So rolling 3 dice. Of course I'm exhausting my expert evasion. Sorry, my expert summoner, targeting Mala. Let's go. Okay, not too bad. 4 damage, but before we apply the damage, we need to roll a d6 and see if it's true damage and whether we increase in unrest or not. And we'll get 1, which means nothing happens. But we are dealing 4 damage, nevertheless, to this beast, to this mammoth. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's about it. Now over to the enemies, starting with level 10, moves 1 and rolls 2 dice. Let's go. 2 damage, but 1 goes through. Now over to the Crocodile, it's gonna roll 4 dice. Wow. But well, it is diverse, so there is no chance to be one-shotted at least. And you look at that result. Wow. Only 2 damage means only 1 goes through, but it would survive anyway because it diverted. Okay, so we're good. Beginning of round 2. I'm recovering 3 dice now, which unfortunately my expert summoner is still down there. So yep, I'm not sure if I actually need to roll anything really. I think I will just try to collect some caches. Let's see, if I exhaust my grace, I'd be able to move 6. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Potentially I can collect both of them. So not sure if I need to, but hey, I'm exhausting this anyway to move for 6 hexes. So I'm moving 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make this first lockpick check and let's see how much fatigue I'll get, and then I decide whether I'll go for another lockpick check. So 5, 3, 4, 6. Let's go. Nothing good at all. You know what, let me use my bars reroll on these die, hoping for 5, so then I could at least apply this 3. So a reroll an attempt, and we've got 6. That is pretty close. Means I can gain 1 light fatigue to change this to 5, so we've got a key digit, and once it unlocked, we can now apply this 3 as well. Okay, 3 more attempts for 4 and 6. Let's go. Oh, nice, we got 6. And 2 more attempts to roll 4, but I don't have my bar roll anymore. Well, I'll get 5, I'll take it for 1 light fatigue, like that. All solved, and let's see, we'll get a staff, but I don't think this is the stuff I need, to be honest. So still keep this like that, just in case I need to engage shatter enemies or something like that, or chillblade enemies, I guess. So the question is, do I want to try another lockpick? And before I decide, let's see which we're gonna go on the next day, whether I will need to add more light fatigue. Our destination would be Doomcrag, but that is a bit too far away, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we can actually reach it, but I don't think we need to. We can go, let's say, to this peaceful. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. A bit better, potentially even to the town, or maybe even unstable. So yeah, you know what? I think I'm fine. Finishing off my move action with making 1, 2 more, and lockpicking this one. There are just so many items that still would be amazing for my build. So 1 for 2, and well, we've got 4. Yeah, I don't want to change this one, so 2 more attempts for all 1 and 2. And I guess I'll take this one for 2, at least something. No, last attempt to roll 1. Wow. Oh, and we've got 3. Did I get a bit too greedy? I mean, look at that. 2 more light fatigue to change this to 1. Hope it was worth it. And Nordmead, well, it's a good item, but maybe not so much so for me. I have only 2 stamina. So let me keep this probably in my pack. Yikes. Okay then, this item is discarded as well, and I still have not engaged. And frankly, not sure I need to. I mean, I think my companions can do the job. I guess I can only roll this one just in case, because hell, why not? And well, yep, not too bad. I'll keep it, and that's about it. I'm leaving my turn like that. Now over to my companions. Let's start with Atronach. Gonna roll just a single die. Come on, hopefully that should be enough to defeat the crocodile. And yes, we'll get 1 damage, which is enough to defeat this enemy. And now over to the second companion. She's gonna roll 2 dice, hopefully to finish off the mammoth as well. And yep, we've got 2 damage, but before we do, let's roll the d6 to see if we need to increase the unrest or not. And wow, another one, nothing happens again. Okay, so GG. Another beast is down, and the first encounter of the 2 needed is successful. So to indicate that, let me place this totem. I'm gonna set this aside like that, and we get 2 experience. So we have now 13 on the tracker, and we have 2 experience to spend. Before I do, let me clean it up as usual. Just a basic cleanup. This is recovered, this is removed, even though I'm gonna keep this chip aside. I'm gonna use this fairly often now. Okay, the enemies are returned. Get level 10, level 1, 5. These are returned. This is all resolved, and we have now the best part. What do we want to spend our experience on? I mean, for 2 experience we can already train Tempered Soul. That would be amazing actually. Or we can delay it slightly and train Power Stone first to just a bit more reliable rolls. I mean, technically I could even untrain Dead Recurse, even though it is a really nice die, but do I really need this in this build? And if I untrain it, that saves me 1 experience on training another die potentially, or at least it gives me a bit more room for speech dice once again if I need to. I haven't used a lot of my class abilities yet, but we definitely will, at least in some tougher encounters. I mean, the thing is that with Daedric Curse I can potentially trigger my this class ability, the Tale of Sirabane, because it costs 2 tenacity, and I can recover a drained or exhausted die effectively for free. But in order to use that, it needs to roll on only 1 out of 6 chances on this phase, which is nearly impossible to roll at least consistently without Power Stone. So the question is, do we want to go for Power Stone first or Tempered Soul? And well, honestly, I think I'd go probably for Tempered Soul, even though now, on the other hand, I do already have another companion, so maybe this is something I'll leave for the next section and now train Power Stone. Yeah, okay, so this is what I'm doing. I'm a bit overthinking, sorry about that. But yeah, I am definitely spending 2 experience on Power Stone. This is just too good, and it's potentially nice help to land my Clan Fear more reliably as well. Overall, Power Stone is just fantastic. So I spent all my experience. Let's activate the Province effect, and we have this symbol which I believe reduces the unrest by 1. Nice. So we're still in the tense zone, but at least we're not growing too dangerous. Okay, so now it's the beginning of day 9, and let's see, day 9 would be somewhere over here, then day 10, and yep, I think we're still fine. We all right time-wise. So the question is, where should we land on our way to Doomcrag? I mean, we could potentially reach it already, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep, but I don't want to gain 3 light fatigue, so that would probably be either peaceful or town or unstable, either of those options. So for now, let me mark this our destination. We're going to Doomcrag, and I do have 5 tenacity. I'm just thinking, I mean, with my Battle of Glenumbra Moors, I can remove all light fatigue, which means that should be alright to gain in a couple of extra, and then maybe at the start of the next battle use my ability to clean my cooldown track instead of going to the tavern. But what in this town? I don't quite remember. Alcaire Castle. It should be the first town since it starts on A. So the very beginning. Oh, have no legendaries for common. Nope, not something I would want. What about Crossage? Crosswich, nope, legendary, no legendaries either. So Shornhelm or Fell, I believe we've been in those towns. You have 3 legendaries here, but we need to discard an item. Yep, definitely not something I would want. That leads us to Shornhelm, which is the place where I've already been. Shornhelm. Yeah, 3 common, 1 legendary, and a tavern potentially, but this way I would skip any experience. Yeah, you know what? I don't mind taking a peaceful encounter. I don't think we've taken any. So let's go maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm taking 1 light fatigue. And let's, oops, I draw 2 accidentally. Need only 1. Let's see what that thing is. We've got 3 options, and we're not on unstable, right? So we can choose any of those. Okay. At the end of the next overland phase, if you're occupying Camelorn, nope, this is not Camelorn, or any conflict landmark. Okay, we're not on conflict. Reduce unrest by 3 if you not increase unrest by 3. Wow. But hold on, it's a persistent effect. It's at the end of the next overland phase if you're occupying Camelorn or any conflict, and we will be occupying a conflict at the end of the next overland phase. Oh, and we get 2 experience for that. I just noticed, yeah. The other options would be increase unrest by 2. Each adventurer may search the common deck and gain the first 2 consumables or items, I mean weapons. Ooh, man, this is so good as well. I do want more weapons. And the third option gives no experience. Yeah, I don't want that. And thankfully, the unrest is not at chaotic. So yeah, I think I'll just choose the first option, take this as a persistent effect to hopefully reduce unrest by 3 at the next overland phase. That means I am getting 2 experience now. We now have 15 plus 2 experience to spend. And I think at this point, I'll probably try speech and maybe 1 health. Even though saving experience for cooldown would be amazing as well. But I think these 2 would be nicer right now. So let me grab speech. Of course, I'm talking about the authority die on level 1. That was 1 experience. Then I'm gonna try another health, because enemies are getting a bit stronger now, so we do need to tank at least some damage. Okay, we got 5, and that's about it. We spent all our experience. I didn't want to do anything else really with adventure, rest step, or anything. Means we're just activating the province effect, increasing unrest by 1, and that's about it. Now it's the beginning of day 10. And well, as I said, I am of course going to Doomcrag, so I'm moving 1, 2, and it's the end of this overland phase, which means at the end of the next overland phase, if you're occupying conflict landmark, reduce unrest by 3. So 1, 2, 3, down to 1. Nice. Then discard this card. Not too bad, but now of course we're drawing the conflict card, right? Yeah, and let's see what's that. It's from High Rock, don't remember what that is, and it is a clash, right? Sorry, that was over here. Okay, so we can either all enemies deploy with minus HP based on current unrest, or we can take a second option. If this clash is successful, reduce unrest by 2. Well, since we are at peaceful, this is actually not a good option to choose. Well, it's one of those cases where you would rather probably keep unrest at 10s, but hey, yep, well, I'm definitely taking the second option, because the first would pretty much be useless for me. Okay, so, and we have enemy pool of 15, plus we add in the unrest value, so it's gonna be 16. Right, it will be something like that, I think. Does this look about right? Yep, okay, so let's see, we have 3 caches here. 1 common, 1 legendary in the middle, and another common. Now for enemy pool of 16, the first level 10 we have, wow, that is a titan, a lot of health, 10. with 2 defense. That is 7. 3 more giant health stack. Is this correct? Yep, 10 health. Wow. Goes over here. Next we have a level 5 enemy. Let's see. That would be Khajiit Marauder. 2 dice and stealth. Okay, and another level 1 because of our unrest value, so another level 1. And that is, oh, that is little Daedric Prince enemy with the keyword reward. Fantastic, this is actually pretty good, even though it has 8 health, which is quite a lot for a level 1 enemy, and 2 combat dice, yep, like that. Okay, over here. Wow, this is tough. This is tough. And maybe, I think I should probably use my my song, Red Mountain Drinking Song, so I'm spending 1 tenacity to interrupt and deal 1 true damage to each enemy that were just deployed. 1, 2, 3. That is still not too bad, given the number of defense, especially on this enemy. Alright, so let's deploy. I still have range 4. It means I can target 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, this is fine. And for my companion, I think that still should be alright as well. So let the battle begin. First things first, I'm recovering these 2 dice. And well, I do definitely want to keep my summons up. This is what I'm probably gonna roll alongside at least 1 Force Shock. And I think I will target this Khajiit Marauder, declare it as the target. I can also add and roll this one, but I'm not sure I need to do this just yet. I think I'll leave it for now. Okay, so this is what I'm rolling, declaring Khajiit Marauder as the target. Let's go. Wow, this is horrible. Miss, no damage, but Power Stone with number 2. Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna use Power Stone first to change this one to Clan Fear and this one to the juicy number 3. So let's deploy Clan Fear with 3 health, probably over here. And then I still have my Bard roll. I'm gonna try on Force Shock. And hey, we got the damage. Nice, that means we can defeat this Khajiit Marauder. Pew, enemy down. Wow, Power Stone definitely saved me this round. Such a huge die. And I think I'll leave my turn like that, even though, technically speaking, I can make another engage and then give myself an extra turn with Battle of Glenumbra Moors. And yeah, you know what, let's do this. It does feel a bit wasteful, obviously, making another engage, which I could have done before like that. I mean, roll my authority, but I'm literally missing just single tenacity, so I guess I can roll authority, another Force Shock, and well, maybe Grace as well, since I will recover this Force Shock anyway. And I'm declaring Watchling as my target, so let's go. This is not nearly as good though, but first of all, I can use Stagger and Sway, which is to ignore 1 defense on that enemy, so even this one will deal 2 damage now. Okay, 1, 2 health removing. I just spent 1 tenacity for that. This goes to my active slot. This gives me 3 tenacity, so I'm now full at 5. And now with full 5 tenacity, I can use Battle of Glenumbra Moors, which says choose an adventure, and of course I can choose myself. That adventure removes all light fatigue from the cooldown track. And wow, you look at that. So I'm removing all of those nasty light fatigue. Had so many of them. Okay, like that. And then I'm gonna take immediate extra turn. An extra turn, of course, means I'm recovering those dice, so I can deal some damage again. Of course, I spent all my 5 tenacity for that. And well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna roll these 2 Force Shock alongside my Power Stone, since I'm gonna recover them all anyway. I'm declaring Watchling as the target. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, I have range, so let's go. That's a pretty decent result, and I have miss on Power Stone, but I can use my Bard roll because it counts as a next turn. I can use this ability once per turn, so I'm gonna roll this one. Okay, we got number 1. This is a bit better. And let's see, this enemy has 5 health left with 1 defense, so technically speaking I can already defeat it even with this result, but I'm not sure if I want to take true damage though. But yeah, I think this is fine. I'm dealing 6 damage, which is perfectly enough to defeat this enemy, and this enemy is not placed in the defeated stack, it is completely removed from the game because it gives the keyword reward, which means I can either train a health stat for free, or gain a legendary item, or gain 5 tenacity, and of course I'll choose one health stat, so I have now 6 health. I'm basically losing 1 health from true damage, but then gaining 1 health back from advancing my health stat. Nice, so I wouldn't even need to use my power stone, frankly I would rather keep this as a tenacity, so yeah, that was a bit of misplay on my side, but then I'm fine like that, leaving my turn as is, and now over to the companions, starting with Clanfear. Needs range 3, which means it needs to move a bit closer, maybe 1, 2, I wanted to tank the damage, and it's gonna roll 5 dice because of my expert summoner, so let's see, get 1, 2, 3, 5, targeting Titan, let's go. Has 1 miss, but because of its aggressive trait, it's gonna reroll this one, hopefully for something better, and I still have my bard reroll if needed, but 5 damage, I think this is fine. Such a shame I don't have tenacity to help ignore defense, but yep, still taking 3. Not too bad. Now over to my second companion, and she has range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, and she gonna roll 4 dice. Of course I'm reducing expert summoner by 1. So let's go, hoping for some nice damage. This is actually not too bad. We got 1 miss, but hey, Bard's ability to the rescue, at least some more damage. Yes, we'll get another one. So that is another 5 damage, minus 2 defense, 3 goes through. And yep, now this enemy is not as threatening with only 3 health left. Oh, and I should not forget to roll a d6 to see whether this damage is true damage. And it is not, so nothing happens. Okay, now over to the enemy. He just moves 1, 2 and roll 4 enemy combat dice. It can potentially one-shot my Clanfear. Oh, and wow, it indeed one-shotted my Clanfear. I mean, I can use my Bard reroll because I'm in range 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't think I'll roll enemies. That would have been ridiculous, right? Yeah, that's got even worse. So, yep, my Clanfear is definitely gone. Wow, that was brutal. And now it's the beginning of round 2. I'm recovering these dice, and I do want to do some true damage to this guy. Maybe, hopefully, even finish it off if I get a bit lucky. There are a couple of items, but I don't think I need to lockpick now, because it's gonna be the final encounter, even though I believe in the final encounter, before the clash, I need to take the in-down action, the tavern. Let me double check. It says, during the encounter, each adventurer must take an in-down action. So I'm actually not too worried about light fatigue then. That means I can exhaust my grace to move 6 hexes, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I do want to end adjacent, just so I'll be able to use my Daedric Curse. So yeah, this is the play. I'm exhausting grace, moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6, and making this lockpick check along the way with a code of 6123. Let's go. Ooh, this is alright. We've got 6 and we've got 3, so 3 more attempts to roll 1 and 2. Let's go. Okay, we've got 2, and 3, 2 more attempts to roll 1. And nope, last attempt. Another 4. Now, should I use a Bard reroll on it or not? And I think I'll rather save my Bard reroll on Power Stone. Means I am taking 3 light fatigue, unfortunately, but hey, could be something good, you never know. The dagger. It is unfortunately not something I would need. So probably keep it somewhere over here. Okay, this one is discarded, and now I make my engage, rolling, well, these 4 dice, targeting, of course, the Titan. Let's go. Oops, this one went a bit off, but hey, it looks like we've got the damage. Even, well, more than needed, frankly. We don't even need Power Stone. So, yeah, this is 1 true damage and 4 more damage. Well, actually, since I'm going to the tavern, I'm thinking if I change one of the Force Shock to this side to gain a bit more tenacity. So, yeah, I'm changing this one to this side and this Daedric Curse to doing 2 true damage. Of course, this Force Shock is wasted, but I think it's alright. I am taking 1 true damage myself because of this one I'm gaining 2 tenacity. I'm dealing 2 true damage 1, 2, and that's about it. The Titan has 1 HP left, and I'm hoping that my companion will finish it off thanks to Expert Summoner. So I'm gonna resolve all of them in this way, and now, well, it's over to my companion, and she's gonna roll 3 enemy combat dice because I'm exhausting my Expert Summoner to roll 3 dice. Let's go. And well, she got a miss, but that is still enough damage, and I still can support with my Bard ability. Yeah, we'll get more damage than needed. Let's just roll this one. We'll get 1 again. Oh, I believe we have actually never triggered this unbridled. How ridiculous is that? But yeah, in any case, this enemy Pew is defeated, and that is the end of this clash. Nice. Not too bad. I'm recovering all those dice back. Let me just clean up the mess. For one enemy and another enemy, all the cash chips and the companion, and like that. And we've got 2 experience, so we have now 17, not too bad, and 2 experience to spend. I wonder if it's the time now already to go a little bit to the distraction stuff skill line, or maybe in light armor. I could go to evocation, and then annulment could be helpful as well, or I could save the experience and maybe try and cool down to 4. That would be nice as well. But you know what, I think I'll still spend it, and I'll probably go for destruction. Maybe it's the time already. And on level 2, I mean, destructive touch is really good, especially now with Power Stone. But so as the Wall of Elements, especially with Power Stone, since I can more or less reliably now apply a fear status die. Oh, and by the way, speaking of fear, I completely forgot about my racial ability. Ooh, hold on, I can combine it now as well with Power Stone. Ooh. Okay. Wall of Elements or Destructive Touch. And honestly, I think I'll go for Wall of Elements. It just goes a little bit nicer with the theme of kind of debuffer, I guess. I'm controlling some otherworldly creatures and debuffing enemies, kind of like a dark wizardy sort of speak. But yep, I think this is what I'm training, and I don't need to activate Adventure Rest because we're probably gonna go to the tavern anyway. Means I'm just activating Province Effect, and we have another +1 on the unrest, and that's about it. Now it's the beginning of day 11, the final day, the last day before the final encounter, and it looks like I don't need to go to the town because we are going to have a town encounter before the final clash. So you know what, let's just go for a little bit of break and go to a peaceful encounter. 1, 2, over here, and this will be our final destination within the ridge. Nice and easy. So let's draw the peaceful encounter. Let's see what's that. A quest of the best. We can either draw a side quest and place a card with it, or we could gain 3 more experience. Oh, such a shame I didn't draw this early. And the other option is just 1 experience, and that's it. And well, that's what I'm taking. Not much else I can do really. So just 1 experience over here. 1 experience that I'm probably gonna save, and nothing else I can do really. So I'm just activating Province Effect. It goes to the 10s, and that's about it. Oh, by the way, we've got the second totem. Let me grab the token to indicate that. We've got the second token. Hold on, where is it? Yep, it's over here. Okay, and let's read. Okay, so once 2 totems have been collected, travel to North Point, initiate town encounter. Okay, so that is what we are doing right now. It is now beginning of day 12, the final day, and we are going 1, 2, 3 to this North Point, initiating a town encounter first. And during the encounter, each adventure must take an in-town action, then proceed to quest step C03 without advancing the day dial. So first, the town encounter. And North Point should be somewhere over here. Okay. The first time a single adventurer takes a shop town action this encounter, they may gain 2 items instead of 1. Nice. So that is a nice bonus at the end. We place this like that. And remember that we must take an in-town action. So let's see, we have 3 legendaries. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Nothing I probably want right now. Ooh, 1, 2. Ooh. Okay, now these are really good items. Ooh, we'll get this staff and the wolf belt. Honestly, I think I would pick both of them because of this effect. The first time a single adventurer takes a shop down action, they may gain 2 items instead of 1. Yeah, baby, I'm definitely getting this staff. I'm gonna place this like that. Keep this one in the pack, and also the wolf belt. Really nice way of ignoring some status effects, especially since I am in magic battle form pretty much all the time. Look at that, my inventory is full. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, so that was my first down action, and as a second down action that I must take, it is the tavern. So I'm healing to full 6 health now. Not too shabby, and removing all of those dice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so that is the end of this town encounter, and now let's get back to the quest objective on page 26. It says, then proceed to quest step CO3. So this part is successful. We're getting 1 experience for that, not too bad. We have a 19 on the tracker. Another experience saved. By the way, let's clean it up. This is common item, 3 legendaries. I mean, the spider is good, but I think the items I got are just more useful for my build. So now let's go to the next and final quest step on page 31. Okay, page 31. And there we go. That is a big quest to read here. So immediately initiate the following clash using the end of session difficulty EP. First, let me place the entrance tile like that to the left. Okay. Now, I believe my end of session difficulty EP is 18, and since we have a 19, we're basically just 1 experience ahead of the curve. Nice. And we also need to add a couple of smaller tiles like that from the delves. There are some mountains or whatever that is thematically to block the path, maybe the pits, like the holes. Now let's deploy enemies for level 10. We're gonna have Orc Wizard. Oof, that is a strong fellow. 5 health, but so annoying with enfeeble and true damage. Goes like that. Then a level 5 enemy. And we have Nord Marauder. 7 health and native. Probably one of the beefiest level 5 enemies. 7 health, that is a lot. Goes over here. And then 3 level 1 enemies. And we have, let's see, we got Spriggan, Catch It Bandit, only 1 more to go. And we have the zombie. So deploying them in this order. 1, 2, 3, 4 goes over here. This is 3 health to spot number 4. Wow, this is so far away. Means it will very likely go to stealth. And that is a zombie with 5 health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. Okay, now let's get to this quest objective. Deploy quest unit Dreamweaver Fedrune to Hex A with HP equal to Unrest. Hold on, with HP equal to Unrest, which makes it a health stat. It's not additional HP, it's HP equal to Unrest, and we have Unrest only 3. Okay, this is not too bad. 1, 2, 3, and we deploy to Hex A, which is over here. Then we deploy our companion to Hex B, which is next to this guy. Then we're gonna place a couple of stacks of HP chips, party size +1, so 2 HP in each star hex. We get 1 and 2 and 3. These are Dream Snares. Dream Snares can be targeted and damaged like enemies. Units may move through Dream Snares. Now, my companion starts this battle as a companion controlled by the party, but she cannot take turns, be targeted or be dealt damage, including true damage, while any Dream Snares are in play. So she basically is trapped. She cannot take any turns or anything while those snares are in play. Now, this quest enemy, Dreamweaver, cannot lose HP. On his turn, he does not move or engage, but instead rolls a number of enemy combat dice equal to the number of Dream Snares in play. So it's gonna roll 3 combat dice right now. He then removes HP from my companion equal to the amount of damage rolled and gains it. Wow, this is nasty. Then for each miss rolled, a Dream Snare of your choice gains party size HP. Dream Snares do not have maximum HP, and if no Dream Snares are in play when Dreamweaver would roll, either place a Dream Snare or a random level 5 enemy in the closest unoccupied hex to Khazar Magul. And the first time my companion is defeated, she heals to full HP and becomes an enemy. The Dream Snares are removed from the battle map and their remaining HP is added to Dreamweaver's Fifth Rune, which may exceed health stat, and both of these quest units now take damage and turns as normal enemies. If Dreamweaver is defeated when Khazur Magul takes her turn, she becomes companion controlled by the party again. And this encounter is successful at the end of a round in which all undefeated adventurers and quest unit companions are occupying the entrance tile, or all enemies are defeated. Wow, this is brutal encounter, I must say, especially since I cannot take advantage of this companion. Okay, so let me deploy probably here, and at this very moment let me also trigger my song, spending 1 tenacity to deal 1 true damage, well, definitely to Orc Wizard, and probably to Spriggan, and probably to Khajiit Bandit. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so wow, let's see what we can do in this encounter. I mean, I guess there are 2 options how we can play this. Option number 1, to sort of try rescue this companion, which means we would need to defeat all those snares as quick as we can, even though he will probably redeploy them anyway. But this Dreamweaver cannot lose HP, I believe, right? Yep, he cannot lose HP. And the first time my companion is defeated, she heals to full HP, he becomes companion, then Dream Snares are removed, and their remaining HP becomes the HP of Dreamweaver, and only then they can take turns and take damage as normal enemies. So you know what, I think I actually don't mind that. I don't think I will focus on those things that much, even though that would be his extra health. Yeah, you know what, let's prioritize enemies anyway, to deal with those guys first, and then if we still have some spare damage, maybe then we will try to defeat some of those Dream Snares. So first things first, we need to deal with Orc Wizard and Spriggan. I think they are super annoying, and I will probably roll maybe just a single Force Shock, hoping to deal 4 damage to defeat Spriggan instantly. Of course, for that I would need Power Stone, even though Power Stone is something I'd want for that. Oof, okay. I guess let's also add a bit of tenacity so I can roll my speech authority in the same engage. And I guess let's also use my racial ability to add 1 status die to roll the same engage. And well, I guess that should do it. That is what I'm rolling, declaring Spriggan as the target. Let's go. Wow, we've got Power Stone with number 2 again. How good is that? Okay, I'm definitely resolving it first. We've got Expert Summoner as well, and I'm changing my summon to summon, of course, Clan Fear. And I think I'll change my status die. I mean, that could be either Fear or Bane, or maybe even Maim. I'm just thinking about this big guy, and yeah, you know what, let me still place him Bane. I think this is just too good to ignore. Or maybe even on Khajiit Bandit. Ooh, yep, you know what, let's do this, let's place it on Khajiit. Then I'm dealing 4 damage to Spriggan, which would be enough to defeat it, pew, and I need to take 1 true damage, but thanks to this stuff, if this engage defeats an enemy, heal for 2 HP, so I'm back to full HP. And I'm also draining both of these 2 to have full 5 tenacity, and I'm summoning Clan Fear. 1, 2, 3, I'm gonna place it like that. Okay, not a bad turn, not a bad at all. So now it's over to my companion, and of course I'm gonna reduce my Expert Summoner by 1 to add 3 combat dice to this engage. So it's gonna roll 5 dice targeting Orc Wizard, which has only 4 health left, right? Yep, okay, great. So let's go, that should be enough, I mean, statistically speaking. Oh yeah, more than needed. We've got already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus it's aggressive, gonna reroll, and then my barber roll, definitely more than needed. Another enemy down. Pew, nice. And that's about it. Now it's over to the enemies, starting of course with the quest enemy, but instead of moving or making engage, it's simply gonna roll the number of combat dice equal to the number of those Dream Snares. So it's gonna roll 3 dice, let's go. So we've got 3 damage, and I believe this is how much health he sort of moves from my companion to himself, right? He removes HP from Khazur Magul equal to the amount of damage rolled and gains it. Okay, so minus 3 HP from my companion and plus 3 HP to this Dreamweaver. Such a nasty guy. Okay, over to the rest of the enemies. We have North Marauder. Moves 1, 2 and engages my companion with 2 dice. Let's go. Oh, nice. 1 damage, fully prevented. Perfect. Khajiit Bandit. First it takes 1 true damage. Then it moves 1, 2. Now has a target. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Let's go. What? No damage again. Though in this case this is probably not as good because he will get a stealth status die because of its retreat. Even though Bane will finish it off anyway. Nice. Okay, this is all resolved and now we have the final one, the zombie. It moves 1, 2 and decaying along the way. That's it. Now it's the beginning of round 2. I'm recovering those 2 dice and ready for action again. So I guess since I'm at full 5 tenacity, before rolling any dice, let me spend 2 tenacity on the Tale of Sirabane, which is to recover drained dice, and I think I'll recover my authority just in case I would need it. Now let's deal some damage, I guess, to this North Marauder, so I'm moving 1 adjacent just so I'll be able to deal adjacent damage, and I roll probably both for shock and Power Stone, declaring North Marauder as the target. Even the weight, because it's native, it is a bit of a bummer, because ideally I wouldn't want to defeat it. But that's okay, I don't think this engage will defeat it anyway. I mean, 7 health, that is a lot. So yep, that I'm still rolling and targeting this North Marauder. Let's go. Ooh, we got a miss, but we got Power Stone to the rescue, and I think I'll actually choose this side to deal 1 true damage, so let me take it straight away, and also use my Tale of Sirabane again for free. And I think I'll recover my summon just in case I'd need to resummon my Clanfear. Okay, so these 2 are resolved, and then, well, I guess I can deal 6 damage, right? Hold on, would this defeat it? No, he still has 1 defense left, which is actually perfect. I could ignore this defense, but I don't want to. That means I am taking 1 true damage, and he is taking 5, bringing it to last health. Perfect, I didn't want to trigger his native just yet, otherwise both zombie and Khajiit, they would heal. Okay, so this is all resolved. Now over to my companion. I think I will just target zombie probably. That means I would need to move 1, 2, and yep, we'll get range, so with 4 combat dice. Let's go, baby. Oh, nice. We get 1, 2, 3, and well, this one's kind of stuck, but I guess it was 2. Either way, that is certainly enough to defeat the zombie, and I wanted my companion to defeat it so I wouldn't get this rot, this over fatigue. Perfect. Okay, my turn down. My companion's turn. Now over to the enemies, starting with the quest enemies. Gonna roll 3 combat again, and I think it will just finish off this companion, right? Yeah, we've got 3 damage. That means he's just sucking all the remaining health to himself. But now I believe at this very moment, the first time she is defeated, she heals to full HP and becomes an enemy. Okay, Dream Snares are removed from battle map and the remaining HP is added to Dreamweaver his own health. And now both of them now take damage and turns as normal. And if this Dreamweaver is defeated when Khazargul Magul takes turn, she becomes companion controlled by the party again. Okay. And let's see if we can pull it off, or we can just defeat everyone. So she is healed to full HP, we'll get 3 and 3 more, that is 6 health to her. All of those things, the Dream Snares are removed, but their HP is added to this guy. Wow, that is a giant health stack. I mean, you look at that. Wow, okay. Now continue the enemy. Level 5. You're gonna engage me with 2 dice. Let's go. Wow. 3 damage. That is a lot. I'm gonna reroll this one with my Bard's ability. Hopefully to reduce the damage at least by 1. Even better. Even better. And with my Spell Warding, I can reduce it by 1 to take no damage and recover die along the way. Okay, and finally to Khajiit Bandit, well, pew, it simply gets defeated from Bane. Nice. Okay, and that's about it. Now it's the beginning of round 3. I'm recovering these 3 dice, and well, now we have both of these quest units as our enemies, and we can either simply defeat everyone, or we can still try to rescue her by defeating the Dreamweaver first and then ending both of our turns on the entrance tile. Can I pull it off in just 3 remaining turns? I just think, as I think about it, I should have used this Glyph of Stamina to reduce the round counter. Yeah, my bad. Now, obviously I cannot use this anymore, because it's now in my pack. I should have actually take a look at these items and maybe rearrange things slightly. Anyway, they will both roll 2 dice each. How can I possibly even tank that damage? And do I even have a range to them? Let's see, if I move 1, 2, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, I'm a bit too far away, but they can definitely reach me, right? Even if I step back, they will move 1, 2, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what about her? If she moves 1, 2, would that be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Hold on. She would not be able to reach me at least. Oh wait, they're both gonna target my companion. Well, I think this is actually alright. Yeah, you know what, that is alright. Because currently I'm not within its reach, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that means they're not gonna move. And I can use this as my advantage. So all I really need is just defeat this enemy, so I'm probably gonna roll like that. And I think I should also knock off my Expert Summoner, just so I could place it back with hopefully with value 3 next turn. Now, is there anything else I could use? Something good? Probably not. Yep, okay. So I think I'm gonna roll those 3 dice. Or maybe I should even roll my authority, since I could recover it anyway. So yep, that is what I'm rolling. Let's go. You look at that. We've got a miss on Power Stone, but that is fine, because we've still got this result nevertheless. It means first I'm resolving this one, draining it, gaining 2 tenacity. Then I'm dealing 1 damage to adjacent enemy. Pew! This defeats that enemy, and then I'm triggering my class ability to recover this die back. How cool is that? And Power Stone, Power Stone, it's a bit wasteful of tenacity, but that is still fine. And I think that's it. I don't want to move adjacent or anywhere really, so I'm leaving my turn like that. Now it's over to my companion. I think I'm gonna move it closer, 1 to 3, even though we don't have Power Stone just yet, but that is alright. We're rolling simply 2 dice, and I'm probably gonna ignore 1 defense. Of course, I'm targeting this Dreamweaver, so let's go, 2 dice. Yep, we'll get 2 damage, and I think I will ignore 1 defense at least. We got something, right? 1, 2, okay. Now over to the enemies, I guess, starting with Dreamweaver, rolling, yeah, they both roll 2 dice. Let's go. Oh, such a shame, that could have been complete miss, but no, still takes 1 damage. And by the way, does he still deploy all those things? I believe we should remove all the snares, and that's it. Or does he still deploy those things? But what would be the point? Yeah, I don't think we need to deploy those dream snares anymore. At least I'm hoping I'm correct. Okay, so now to this enemy, our ex-companion. She also rolls 2 dice. That is 2 damage, and of course we need to roll a d6 to determine whether it's true damage or not. And it is not. So Clanfear takes only 1 damage, still alive. Fantastic. Okay, this is all resolved. Now it's beginning of round 4. Okay, now things get a bit spicy now because of the round counter. I should have definitely enchanted it. And so I guess first let me move adjacent. I'm reducing grace by 1 to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Like that. Of course that means I would need to tank damage myself, but at least I could deal a bit more damage, specifically true damage with Daedric Curse. So that's what I'm gonna roll. Probably all 4, even though wait, I have to place this one as well. Yeah, a bit of shame, but hey, that is not too bad. I'm still alright. So let's go. I'm declaring Dreamweaver as my target, and maybe as I'm thinking, should I roll Authority as well? Yeah, you know what, let's go for it. Why not? Just in case I might trigger Recovery as well. Let's go. Ooh, this is not too bad. Look at the values. And first things first, I'm spending 1 tenacity to ignore 1 defense, to deal at least 1 extra damage, even though I can turn this into 4 damage. And I think I will. So I'm resolving this one first to change this one to 4 damage, and change of course Expert Summoner to the value 3. I'm dealing 2 true damage, 1, 2, and also 4 non-true damage with ignoring 1 defense. Means he's taking 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 5 damage, not too bad. And we're gaining some tenacity along the way, all the way back to full. Now as I think about it, should I use my Glenom Remorse potentially to make another turn? Would that be a lot of value or not? And probably not that much. I'll rather save my tenacity for potentially a bit of healing if needed. Okay, that's about it. Now over to my companion, and I'm just gonna keep engaging this nasty guy with rolling 5 dice this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go, aggressive companion. You look at that. 2. Wow, is this 8 damage? Is this ridiculous amount of damage? 2, 5, 6, 8. Yep. Do I even need to spend tenacity to ignore defense? Let's see how much left. We've got 4 health left. Well, with 2 defense, yeah, I do need to spend 1 tenacity. That means we're dealing, well, 7 damage. Still 1 left, right? 4, 7, yep. Oh no, it has 1 health left. But that is still ridiculous. Ridiculous engage, so I definitely cannot complain. Now over to the enemies, starting with Dreamweaver. It's targeting both of us with 2 dice. Let's go. 2 damage. Fortunately, it means my Clanfear is defeated, but that is alright because I recovered summon. It means I can re-summon it effectively. And as for me, I'm preventing 1 damage and also recovering 1 die along the way and still taking 1. Hold on, I completely forgot about my Barkskin helmet, even though it's not needed in this case, but still, hey, why not? I'll trigger it. And that's it, now it's beginning of round 5. And now things get a bit spicier, because if we want to save her, she would need to move 1, 2, 1, 2, hold on. If she gets back as my companion, she will move with additional number of movement with expert evasion. Ooh! So first things first, I'm recovering my die. Let's try to finish him off. And I don't think I'd need actually to summon companion at all. All I really need is just a bit of damage, just in case. Actually, let's roll this one. I think that should be enough to defeat this guy, and she will become our companion, and she can move up to 4 now. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, almost there. Okay, so let's go. Okay, we've got a miss on Power Stone, but that is okay. We're still dealing true damage, and pew, this enemy is defeated, even though it has Penumbra, but it can obviously replace quest units. So nice. Enemy is down, we get 1 tenacity, she becomes our companion, and let's get back to the entrance tile, I believe, right? Let's see, this encounter is successful at the end of a round in which all undefeated adventurers and quest unit companions are occupying the entrance tile, or all enemies are defeated. And if Dreamweaver is defeated when Khazar Malgul takes her turn, she becomes companion controlled by the party again. Yep, this is true, so that means, let me exhaust, reduce this one by 1 to move 6, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm good. Now let's just go to the companion. I'm gonna reduce this by 1 to let her move 2 additional spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now it is the fatigue round. I am gaining 1 over fatigue and 1 true damage. Okay, oh, and by the way, I defeated companion. I should have healed for 2 HP. So, should not forget that, thanks to my restoration stuff. But that is of course irrelevant because it's now over to companion and she simply moves. That's it. 1, 2. And at the end of the round, encounter is successful. Yay! We managed to survive and even rescue our companion back from these dark dreams or whatever that is. Means we're gaining 2 experience. We have now 21 on the tracker. We'll get 4 total experience, which I think I'll probably spend on the cooldown, even though I don't think I need that much. And when completed, if she's still in a party at the end of Clash, proceed to quest E04 on page 38. So page 38, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. E04, we've got the keyword Disrupt Operation, and if you decide to confront the supernal Dreamer's Head-On, select High Rock Psychic Order for Session 2, and that is exactly what I'll be doing in Session 2. But before we go to that, let me not forget about the advancement. We have 4 experience to spend, and I think actually with Barkskin Helmet I can afford staying a little bit longer with 3 cooldown, And I think I'm actually gonna train a level 3 skill die and probably Elemental Drain. Obviously Pulsar is a bit OP and probably not something I would want to experience in this playthrough. Elemental Rage is great, but I'm probably leaning towards the theme of kind of like a debuffer, so I guess let's go for Elemental Drain. It goes really nice with that theme. So we spent 2 experience and we have 2 more to go, and I could either go for probably Evocation on level 2 of Light Armor, or maybe even saving it. But yeah, you know what? Let's go for Evocation. Let's spend all experience, train it like that. And that concludes session 1. I hope you enjoyed it so far. I'll clean it up, take a quick break, and we'll see you soon in session 2. Hey, just a quick note before we continue. One of my long-term goals within gaming is to reach 1000 supporters on Patreon. That's the freedom number that will allow the channel to be financially sustainable regardless of YouTube algorithm. If you enjoy the channel and would like to help me keep making more deep videos like this one, you can join the Patreon using the link below. And now back to the video. Alright guys, welcome back to session 2. We are still in High Rock, but this time we're doing a Saijik Order questline. So let me give you a quick session snapshot. It says visit conflict landmarks as a cult makes a journey more difficult, then complete a battle in an ever-changing delve. So our starting location is Daggerfall, which is over here. I already placed a party token. Then special setup instructions. Set aside quest unit and Dream Weaver, so we're still fighting against this guy, and we're setting it aside next to the overland map with 1 HP. So this is why I have 1 HP. And this HP represents the exhaustion stack. The larger the stack is, the harder the final quest will be. Our quest objective is succeed at 3 different overland or side quest encounters while occupying different conflict landmarks, recommended by day 9. And remember what I told you, in High Rock there are only 4 conflict landmarks to begin with. We have 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's it. So basically we need to succeed at least 3 encounters in all of those landmarks. And the quest is not failed. If any of these encounters are failed, you may attempt additional encounters in those same landmarks hexes on future days. Okay, so I guess that's about it when it comes to quest objective, but we have a bit more text here on the ongoing step effects. When an adventurer takes an in-town action, they must leave dice in a cooldown track equal to the number of chips in the exhaustion stack, and they do not recover any dice if the amount of HP in the exhaustion stack is greater or equal to the number of dice in the cooldown track. On days when you visit conflict landmark, after the adventurer rests step, add 1 HP to the exhaustion stack and choose to stay awake or fall asleep. Do not trigger this effect on a day in which you initiate the fall asleep clash. So if you choose stay awake, each adventurer must gain light fatigue equal to the number of chips in the exhaustion stack. Then add an additional chip to the exhaustion stack. Or fall asleep, on the next day skip the overland phase and initiate the following clash for the day's encounter. So basically, whenever we visit a conflict landmark after that, we're increasing this stack or this exhaustion stack, adding more HP chips, and then we either staying awake, which means to add even more to this exhaustion stack and also gain light fatigue, or on the next day we skip travel and we're simply initiating this clash and we gain, I believe, only 1 experience from the clash. So ideally this is something I would probably want to avoid, and I probably want to be doing more conflict encounters than needed, and we need to make at least 3, because it says succeed at 3 different overland or side quest encounters while occupying different conflict landmarks. So this is the plan. I'm probably gonna go, it's gonna be 1, then likely a peaceful encounter or maybe unstable, then another one, then I'm gonna head down south, maybe through another peaceful or a town encounter, and that's about it. That would be 1, 2, 3. But first things first, it's day 1. Let's go to the town encounter. As I said, we're starting in Daggerfall, so that should be somewhere over here, okay? And it says the first time Breton, Orc or Redguard adventure takes on board. Okay, we are done all those races. So still we have 4 common items and 1 legendary. Draw legendary Maiming Potion. Okay, that's a decent one. And 4 common items. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of all items, I do quite like the Glyph. Enchant the common deck. Whenever an adventurer withdraw the top item from the common item deck. After a successful lockpick check, they may draw 2 and keep 1 discard the other. Yeah, you know what, as a first turn action I think I'm gonna take this one, and I'm thinking about the branch. It's 1 discount on training stats, that is pretty useful, but do I even have, hold on, what's with my inventory? I did not check at all. You know what, I don't want to discard anything just yet, I mean, kind of for nothing. So let me use this Nord Mead. It says discard this item, then gain tenacity up to your stamina stat. I have only 2 stamina, but hey, that's at least something. So I'm discarding this one just to have more room for gaining this glyph as my first down action. And then, well, I'm going to use this glyph right away to enchant the common item deck. I'm going to place this like that as a reminder. And then as my second down action, I'm simply going to grab this branch. Okay, that's about it. I mean, I could have grabbed, of course, this item, this distraction stuff, to add even more status die to my roll, but I don't think I need to, especially with Wall of Elements and this racial ability. So this is why it's all resolved, and a legendary item, and that's it. Let's just activate the province effect in increase areas by 2. Okay, and now it's beginning of day 2. And well, I think I'm just gonna stick to the plan and go to one of those first conflict encounters. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3. I'm triggering this thing. It's a black market economics. I know it's from the general item pool. It is indeed a clash. And we have 2 options, either add level 1 enemy to the EP, level 5 enemy to the EP and deploy it last. And then we can ignore 1 digit on lockpicks, or we can just carry out the clash without modifications. And I think I'll choose the second option. I don't think I'll need that much items, to be honest, so that would be yikes, something like that. Okay, hopefully you can still see this tile. And we have enemy pool of 21. That means for the level 20 we have Orc Warlord. It's the local guy with 7 HP. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yep, we got 7 over here. Let's, by the way, should not forget about the caches. We have 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So now we have level 1 enemy, and that is, we've got Gar with 4 HP because I have only 1 combat, so it goes like that. And I will deploy probably over here, so you could still see me, hopefully. And I think I'll also use my class ability for 1 tenacity to immediately deal 1 true damage after deployment. So 1, 2, there we go. Now it's the beginning of round 1, and I'm definitely going to roll my summoner, probably alongside authority and maybe even Wall of Elements. And I'm also gonna add another die for my racial ability. I wish I could roll more, man. I need more magicka, definitely. Okay, so that is what I'm rolling. Let's go. Let me just rotate this dice tray a bit. Okay, let's go. This is not very good. I mean, we have Clan Fear. This is something at least. I'm gonna drain this one, deploy my companion over here. Expert Summoner with 2 is decent. And I guess, yeah, let's apply Maim to this guy. And Daze, well, yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Let's apply Daze and another Daze. We're shutting them down, at least for 1 turn. Get only 2 tenacity, but maybe before I do, let's try my bard roll on this one. So at least 1 attempt. Yes, we've got a little bit better result, so I guess let's change this one to number 5 to get a bit more tenacity. Okay, that was my first engage, and I think I will make another engage. So 2 light fatigue, probably gonna roll these 2 alongside some defensive dice. Yeah, I definitely need more magic 100%. This is something I'm gonna trade next. So let's go, and I think I will declare this Orc Warlord as the target. Let's go. Oh wow, this is so bad. I have miss on grace, and I definitely don't need another 2 tenacity. Okay, that is a bit of a bummer. I am of course resolving this one, and yep, I will take 1 true damage, I guess, and I also use my class ability to ignore defense, stagger sway, so spending 1 tenacity. Oh, and of course I should have gained 1 tenacity back immediately after that one. So yeah, because it's interrupt, I can do that. So 4 damage, ignoring 1 defense means only 2 goes through. Okay, Now over to my companion. I'm gonna roll 4 dice. I'm reducing this one by 1 to add 2 more dice, and I'm also ignoring 1 defense with my interrupt ability. Let's go. Okay, 4 damage, ignoring 2 defense, same thing. I mean, ignoring 1 defense, still have 2, so not too bad. And now over to the enemies, and they simply move 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and that's it, because they've been dazed. Now it's the beginning of round 2, and well, I'm just recovering 3 dice, and that's about it really. All I need to do is, let's say, roll these 2. I mean, maybe with Power Stone, but I don't think it's needed. So, okay, let's go. Oh, nice. Got a juicy number 3 on Evocation. I'm then going to apply Elemental Drain on Goar. And that's it. As I said, I don't really need to do anything because now it's my companion's turn, and I'm going to roll 3 dice, targeting Goar. That is going to be really nice. 3 damage, that's all we need. Yep, we've got 3 damage. Plus, of course, it is aggressive, and I could reroll it as well. But we're dealing 3 damage, which is enough to defeat this Gar. It has exactly 3 health left. And now Elemental Drain jumps to the next enemy, dealing 2 true damage, and that is enough to defeat this Warlord as well. How cool is that? This Elemental Drain is definitely a bit finicky, but when it works, it is so satisfying. So that's it. Encounter is successful. I even recover this Elemental Drain back to my attribute rows, of course, as well as all drain dice. 1, 2, 3. Not too shabby. Well, look at that. We are dealing some damage. I'm gonna keep my companion nearby because I'm gonna resummon it quite often, it seems. And we got 2 experience, so we now have 23 on the tracker. And with 2 experience to spend, well, I'm actually thinking of upgrading my stamina. And thanks to this branch, I can do that, right? It says the next time you would advance health, stamina, or magicka, discard this item, and then the chosen stat costs 1 fewer experience to advance, which means I need only 2 experience to train 5th stamina. Nice. Yep, I think I'm currently liking magicka a lot. So, okay, that is all advancements done. Encounter is successful, but now that nasty thing kicks in. I believe it was page 16. Nope, that's 16. Let's see, Sajic order. Nope. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, page 24. On the days when you visit Conflict Landmark, which was on this day, after the Adventure Rest step, well, I'm not doing Adventure Rest step, add 1 HP chip to the Exhaustion stack. So that is what I'm doing, adding 1 HP under this Dreamweaver, and now we need to choose either to stay awake or fall asleep. I think I will choose to stay awake, which means each adventure must gain light fatigue equal to the number of chips in the Exhaustion stack. So I am gaining 2 light fatigue, and then adding another HP chip under this stack. Wow, this is so annoying. Okay, but that's about it. Let's just activate the province effect, and we have another one up to the 10th. Right, now it's the beginning of day 3, and I think this time I'll go to a peaceful encounter. It's perfectly on the way to the next conflict, and yeah, I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to gain 1 light fatigue for the extra movement, and let's draw the encounter from the general pool. It says each adventurer may roll any number of their available combat dice. Well, not probably for me. Or the second option would be make a social check. If successful, treat this encounter reward as bonus XP, and each adventurer may draw 1 legendary item. Okay. Yep, I'll make it. Social check of party size times 3, so I'm spending 3 tenacity down to 1, and this encounter is successful. I am gaining bonus XP, okay, and I can even draw a legendary item. Oh, we got House Hex's Kiras. How good is that? Even though I must say, I'm not being engaged by the enemies a lot in this build, so this is probably works best when you are sort of in the middle of the fight as a melee character, but not so much when you are as a summoner. So as good as this item is, it is just probably not like 100% for me. I'm gonna keep this one still somewhere in my pack. I'm gonna rearrange it like that, and that's about it. Oh, and we're reducing the unrest by 1 back to the peaceful state. Now it's the beginning of day 4. By the way, let me of course clean up this mess. And I believe those things happens like you increasing this stack and you having adding more light fatigue only after visiting a conflict landmark. Yep, that's right. Okay, well, this time I am going to a conflict. And by the way, not sure what this marker is still there. We definitely don't need this. There's something left from session 1. But yep, I'm going to Doomcrag, which is just 1-2 hexes away, and draw another conflict. Border battle. Not sure what's that. Okay, it's a clash. We can either add the current unrest value to the calculated EP, and if you're not occupying and unstable, each adventure gains 3 tenacity at the start of this battle. Ooh, this is pretty nice. Or another option would be to increase unrest by 1. Hold on, but for the second option you get only 1 experience. Nope, I'm definitely taking the first option. So I'm gonna add the current unrest. Thankfully it's not that big, only 2. Oh, and we're gonna have even nice round number of the enemy pool, 25. Yep, definitely selecting the first option. So let me rearrange the battle map to, I think it's going to be this orientation, right? Something like that probably. Okay, we have 3 caches. We get 1 and 2 and 3. Now with the enemy pool of 25, because we have 23 on the tracker, we added 2 from unrest. So let's draw a level 20 enemy, and it is going to be Nord Pyromancer. Ooh, this is a nasty one with Siphon. Okay, 1 more chip, juk, like that, to the furthest hex, so far away. And another level 5. And let's see, and that is Imperial Marauder with a native and rally. Yikes, not a good combo of those 2 enemies, I must say. The level 5 goes there, okay, and I will deploy, well, I guess probably over here. Now, we should not forget, if you are not occupying and unstable, which is true because we are on a conflict, means each adventure gains 3 tenacity at the start of this battle. Thank you very much. And also, I'm gonna spend 1 tenacity now to interrupt and you sing my Red Mountain drinking song to deal 1 true damage to those 2 gentlemen. Okay, 1, 2, and now we can start. So, first things first, recovering 3 dice, 1, 2, and 3. Now, do I have a range to these guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, now I do, thanks to this upgraded Magicka. Nice. Oh, and of course, sorry, I apologize. I just realized that my Expert Summoner, of course, should have been exhausted at the end of battle. So it would probably be the last die now, like that. But, of course, I would love to use my Expert Summoner. So I think I'll just spend 2 tenacity right away, or for recovering it from my cooldown track. The ability is called the Tale of Sirabane. It says choose 1 adventurer inside. The adventurer recovers 1 drained or exhausted die. So that is what I just did. So now, well, I'm gonna roll definitely my summons, probably Wall of Elements, and I think probably Grace, and well, an Authority and 1 die from my racial ability. So that is what I'm rolling now. All those 7 dice. I don't actually need to declare a target, so just rolling it like that. Let's go. Oh, wow, look at that, we've got Fear. Ooh, this is juicy. And yeah, I'm definitely draining this one to apply a Fear status die to Nord Pyromancer. For that, I believe I need to take 1 true damage. Then let's apply Daze to Imperial Marauder. Then 3 tenacity, back to 4, then Grace to the active slot, and then definitely using Power Stone to change the summon to Clan Fear, and Expert Summoner with number 2, like that, and I'm deploying my companion over here next to me, and that's about it. I think I'm fine leaving my turn like that. That means it's now over to my companion. It moves just 1, I believe that would be enough, right? Yep, 1, 2, 3, and it's gonna roll 4 enemy combat dice, because I'm reducing my Expert Summoner by 1. So 4 dice, targeting Nord Pyromancer, let's go! Oh yeah, baby, 5 damage, and let's add 1 more by ending 1 tenacity to ignore 1 defense. That means we're dealing 5 damage and still 1 defense, 4 goes through, so just 3 health left. Okay, not too bad. That was the end of my companion's turn. Now over to the enemies. We have Nord Pyromancer with range 3, engaging my companion with 2 dice. Let's go. Oh, nice. Only one. Of course, it is prevented. Now over to level 5 enemy moves 1, 2, and that's it. It does nothing. Okay, so now it's the beginning of round 2. And now, as I think about it, I think I should have moved my Clanfear a little bit closer, maybe over here. This way the Imperial Marauder would move adjacent and then I could use my Elemental Drain. That was definitely a little bit of misplay on my part, but I think it's alright. So let's recover those 3 light fatigue and well, we can totally do some damage now. The question is if I want to make any lockpick checks at all. I mean, my inventory is sort of full already, so I think I'm fine, even despite this glaive. But I still do want to come adjacent to North Pyromancer to do some true damage with Daedric Curse. That means I'm reducing my grace by 1 to move, wow, I'm moved now up to 7 spaces. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I think I'm gonna roll just these 3. I don't think I need anything else, and of course declaring North Pyromancer as the target. Let's go. Oh, nice. So we are dealing 2 true damage. Fantastic. It has last health left. And yep, that would finish it off. So let's resolve it one at a time. First, we gain 1 tenacity. Then we're losing 1 HP because of true damage of this side. But thanks to our stuff, we're healing 2 HP once we defeat an enemy. And we are defeating this. This is enough. So I am healing for 2 HP. Back to full 6 health. Yep. Okay, nice. And now over to Clanfear. I'm gonna exhaust Expert Summoner to roll 3 dice, targeting this Marauder. Let's go. 4 damage. I mean, I could potentially spend 1 tenacity to ignore its defense, but I think I'm fine. I'll just rather recover some dice along the way, so dealing 3 damage, that is still plenty. And now over to the enemy. It's gonna roll 2 dice, but I don't care. Oh wow, that's even better. Frankly, my Clanfear will survive nevertheless. Now it's beginning of round 3. I'm recovering those 3 dice, and that's it. I don't think I need to do anything really. I'll just leave it up to my companion, so I'm effectively skipping my turn and just let it finish the thing. Roll 2 dice, that should be enough. Not really, but I'm using my Bard's reroll ability to help out with some damage to my companion. And yep, that is enough. Fantastic. And because it's the last enemy, its rally does not trigger. Yoo-hoo! Okay, that was pretty easy, I must say. So another encounter is successful. We gain 2 experience, we have 25 on the tracker, and we have 3 experience. Ooh, and well, now I'm thinking it is a little bit risky, but I think to untrain stamina, I know it is ridiculous, but I am thinking of training a level 4 skill die, Ancient Knowledge. It is this one. It is a little bit finicky because you need to have a lot of dice available, which is normally not quite the case for me, but even if it can deal just a little bit of damage and heal along the way, and most importantly because I can recover this die thanks to my Tail of Serabane, that is potentially nice synergy with Bard. Okay, so I'm at full HP. Let me recover all of those drained dice. Get 1, 2, and 3, and that's about it. Let me just move things around, and we should not forget this ongoing quest effect that on the days when you visit Conflict Landmark, first I need to add 1 HP over here, then choose whether to stay awake or fall asleep, and I think I'll once again choose stay awake. So first I'm adding another, first I'm gaining light fatigue, so I'm gaining 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This gets a little bit out of control, but I think we're doing alright so far. And then we add in another 5th HP chip over here. Wow. Okay, so we've done 2 encounters. We need to do just 1 last one, which will probably be over here. So let me reset the round counter by 1. I'm into 1 and draw the province effect, and we increasing unrest by 2. Okay, now it's the beginning of the next day 5, and well, we're definitely heading towards this next conflict landmark, and I think I'll probably go through a peaceful encounter. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, gain 1 light fatigue. That is still alright, because frankly I don't want to go to the town, and I wouldn't be able to recover any dice in the tavern pretty much anyway, so yeah, let's just go to peaceful. 1, 2, 3, 4 for 1 light fatigue and see what we get there. It is another one from the general pool, and we have two options, either to rob a witch or pay the crown. First option is to each adventurer draws one common item, then roll with d6 and deal true damage equal to the amount rolled. No, thank you, even though I do have 6 health, so that is statistically very unlikely to get defeated. And the second option, make a social check of party size times 3. Okay. If unsuccessful, reduce the encounter reward by 1. Well, I do have tenacity, so not a problem. Spending 3 tenacity to complete this social check. Oh, and we get 2 experience. Oh, actually both options give 2 experience. Okay, but yeah, nevertheless, I am taking second option. I didn't want to deal with the witch. And by the way, of course, I should have removed this card. Okay, and yeah, 2 experience, nice. 27 on the tracker, and for, well, let me save it for a moment while I'm thinking, what should I spend it on? I mean, maybe at this point, it's a really good idea to train Tempered Soul. Although, no, wait, of course it would cost 3 experience. Yeah, well, honestly, I think I would rather save those 2 experience. I think I might train likely another Magicka, which would cost 3 experience now. So yeah, I think I'm good saving it like that. And for the province effect, nothing happens. Okay. That was nice and quick. Now it's the beginning of day 6, and we are going to this last conflict encounter. And yep, let's draw and see what we get. I have no idea what that is. And that is a clash. When deploying enemies, use as many humanoid enemies as possible. After deploying, deploy additional level 1 enemy to each unoccupied numbered hex. Place an objective token on the enemies deployed on... Okay, we have 2 sides here, yeah. So we need to place objective tokens on hexes 1, 4, 5, and 7. The encounter is successful at the end of a round in which either all enemies with objective tokens or all enemies without objective tokens are defeated. Okay, so let's set up the clash. It's gonna be like that. 3 items, get 1 common, and 1 legendary. We have enemy pool of 27. That means a level 20 enemy, and we've got Bone Colossus. Oh, Colossus. Oh, but it is colossal with only 1 combat, so it's gonna be just 5 health. How hilarious. That is one of the benefits of not going for a combat heavy build. So it's gonna be like that. Now level 5 enemy, that would be Arconian Marauder, also with 5 HP on spot number 2. Hold on, wait. We need to deploy as many humanoid enemies as possible. Okay, this is humanoid, this is not. Let me replace this one with another level 20 enemy. Not humanoid, Daedra, Beast, and let's see. Okay, we've got the Harpy. Oh no, such an annoying enemy. And let me grab its HP chips. 5, 1 more to go. Okay, let me return this one with Elusive and Native. Okay, 25, 2 more level 1s, and we have Skurupup and Wisp. Okay, 3 HP to spot number 3. And 4 HP to the spot number 4, and then we're gonna deploy additional level 1 enemies to each unoccupied number hexes. That means 4 more level 1 enemies. Oh my goodness, let me just grab a bunch of them. 1, 2, 3, and 1 more. That would be Skeleton. Okay, that is a lot of deploying. It goes to spot number 5, and then 6 HP on spot number 6. That 5 HP. This zombie, I think we're deploying it like a 3rd time already. That is 7, and Skelly Boy, hold on. Oh, we need to deploy humanoid enemies. Okay, sorry, none of them are humanoids actually. So let me draw additional enemies. Let's see, humanoid, and any more. And let's see, humanoid and humanoid. Okay, let me return all of those back to the bag. And that was 3 HP over here. Actually first, okay, I think it doesn't really matter, it goes over here, then another one with 5 HP over here, then also 5 HP Wood Elf Bandit, and then 4 HP to Breton Bandit. Right, I believe that should be correct more or less. Okay, so we have sort of 2 parties, and we need to defeat either of them. The encounter is successful at the end of the round in which either all enemies with objective tokens or all enemies without objective tokens are defeated. So let me place the objective tokens on this row. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Okay, but those enemies, they are still enemies for all effects, right? They're not trying to attack each other. Yep, nothing says about that. Wow, that is a lot of enemies to deal with. Alright, so let me deploy probably, well, over here. Let's see, my range is 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, let me deploy a bit closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay. And I guess let's go. I'm recovering 2 dice. I mean 3, 1, 2, and 1 of the light fatigue. And well, I do have my ancient knowledge now, which deals damage equal to the number of available Magicka type dice. And if I'm gonna roll this one, then it means I have 8 more available dice. That means it will deal 8 damage. This is not too bad. I can even roll it alongside speech and maybe something else. By the way, let's also add the status die from my racial ability. And I mean, this enemy has a divert. It would be amazing to shut it down with fear. But in order to do that, ideally I would need to roll it alongside Power Stone. Would that work? I mean, potentially, yeah. That is still 7 damage from my ancient knowledge. So I guess let's go for it. Do I need to declare a target? And I believe so, yeah, we need to. And I guess let's declare Argonian Marauder as the target. Even though, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep, I need to come closer for that. Well, it's okay. Let's come closer. One step before moving, before rolling the dice. And now I can declare Argonian Marauder as the target. So let's go. Okay, we've got even stealth that we could potentially apply to ourselves, but no, I think I will stick to the plan, even though this one is such a horrible result. But hey, that would do it. I'm gaining 2 tenacity first, then I'm using Power Stone to change this one to Fear to ignore its divert thing, and now I can deal 7 damage, which is enough to defeat this enemy, and of course this die gets drained, but I can recover it, so pew, first enemy down. Okay, that was pretty nice, I must say. Now I can spend 2 tenacity to recover this die and, well, I can roll it again. How cool is that? Of course, that means another engage, so I'm adding 2 more light fatigue, and I think I can afford rolling this one alongside Daedric Curse. That would still leave me with 6 available dice. Oh, and I just realized I should have definitely used my Elemental Drain. What a waste. Oh my goodness. How could I forget about this one? Okay, nevertheless, still can do 6 damage, so I'm declaring Nord Bandit as the target and making another engage. Well, let's go. Oh no, we got a miss on Daedric Curse. Let me use my Bard reroll. I believe I have not used it before, so let's give it a try. Let's see. Okay, at least 1 true damage. Not too bad. I'm still dealing 6 more damage. Wow, this is pretty good. This is a nice bit of damage now. And 1 more true damage to this gentleman. And now, well, I have to take a 3rd engage. Or do I? Let's see who would be engaging me. We had 1, 2, 3. Well, yeah, quite a lot of enemies. And Harpy, nope, Harpy would actually not be in range. So do I make a 3rd engage? And I think I will. And it's okay. I will likely remove all this light fatigue with my class ability. So 2 more light fatigue to make another engage, and this time, well, I will roll probably 1, 2, and 3, and well, those, I guess. And I'm declaring Breton Bandit as my target. So let's go. Okay, this is excellent, but this is horrible. I definitely don't need that much tenacity. Even though, I mean, can I afford taking 2 true damage? And well, I guess, yeah, you know what, let's go for it. I am taking 1, 2 true damage to gain 4 tenacity, all the way to full. This is actually quite good. And now we can apply Daze to 2 more enemies. This is get drained. And let's see, Daze. Let's go for this one, and maybe for Dark Elf Bandit as well. Another Daze, baby. This is to my active slot, this is drained, and this is my, well, mid shield companion. And then, since I now have 5 tenacity, I can use Battle of Glenumbra Moors, so I'm spending all the way down to 0, remove all light fatigue. How cool is that? Remove, 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 slide all the remaining dice, then make an immediate extra turn. Wow, this is so good. Bard is such a strong class. Love it. So what can I do now? Well, we just need to defeat those 2 enemies and basically survive until the end of round. So let me roll those 3 dice and declare Breton Bandit as my target. Let's go. Oh, wow, got a miss on Power Stone. Let's use Bard reroll because it's a new turn. I can do this again effectively. And nice, number 2, baby. That means I can change this one to number 2, and that should be enough already, right? Because that is 2 true damage and then 2 normal damage. Yep, this enemy is defeated, and because the enemy is defeated, I'm healing to 2 HP thanks to my restoration stuff. So I'm back to full health. This is all resolved like that, and that's about it. I just need to move back 1, 2, and survive until the end of round, assuming my companion will finish off the high elf bandit. So now it's over to my companion. He's going to move 1. That's all we need, right? And we're gonna roll, well, 5 enemy dice thanks to expert summoner. Let's go. Oh yeah, way more than needed. So yep, now all we need to just survive until the end of round. So that should be easy. Level 20 moves 1, 2, that's it. This one moves 1, 2 and no longer dazed. This is moves 1 and 2, that's it, cannot engage. And this one is a melee, moves 1, 2. Basically, yep, that's it. Wow, we completed this clash in round 1. How cool is that? This of course gets drained, exhausted, and the rest drained dice are recovered. Like that. Wow, that was a nice big burst of damage with ancient knowledge. I like it. So let me clean it up. Got level 1, 1, 1, and 5. They all are except level 20. Okay, not too shabby. Let's clean it up. Get 1, 1, 1, and level 20 goes back. Level 1 enemies and all those health chips. That, like that, and like that. Okay, gonna keep the companion nearby. And I am, well, still at full 6 health. How good is that? And we've got 2 experience, so have 29 on the tracker. And I have 4 experience to spend. Ooh, that could be a cooldown upgrade. Or, no, I think I'll probably untrain combat to train another 6 stamina. It is not only range, but it's also potentially extra mobility with grace. So yep, that is what I'm spending my 3 experience, and I still have 1 saved potentially for something else on future days. Now we've completed the 3rd conflict encounter, and now on the days when you visit the conflict, well, once again we need to add 1 HP. By the way, I'm not sure if I add this last time. I think I might have missed one. Let's see, first let's fully resolve it. Then we need to gain light fatigue, which is currently 6. I'm not sure if this is correct as I think about it. So we have 3, and 3 more, and then we add another one. So we have 7 now. Well, yep, actually seems correct, because we started with 1 and we had 3 conflict encounters, so yep, that seems correct. And wow, you look at that. And I believe this part is fully completed now. It says succeed at 3 different overland or side quest encounters while occupying different conflict landmarks. Recommended by day 9, and we are still on day 6. So this part is done, and when completed, go to entry B28 on page 29. So page 29. Okay, there we go. Now travel to the remaining conflict landmark that you did not complete an encounter during the previous step, and that must be the only one left, which is over here. Okay, oops. And initiate the following delve using the end of session difficulty AP recommended by day 12. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Means all we need to do is activate province effect. And we're increasing by 2 again to dangerous. Wow. Now it's the beginning of day 7. And ideally I would like to rest already. But do we still have that thing? I believe not. We don't have the ongoing quest effect. So we don't need to add all of those stacks anymore. We're not gaining any light fatigue and all of this jazz. Okay, well then let's try to find a town maybe with a tavern, or maybe another peaceful encounter. Because for the enemy pool of 29, I would definitely love to round it up to 30. That would be nice. So potentially that would be this town on this day. then 1, 2, 3, 4, peaceful, and then, yep, then we're pretty much at our destination. So let's see if we have a tavern in this town, Wayrest. Sounds quite like we can rest there. Let's see. Yes, we do have a tavern, but if the unrest is a dangerous or high, adventurers have one fewer town actions. Well, it is dangerous. Means we're gonna have only one town action. Not good, not good. What about maybe this castle? Would be day 7, maybe then this peaceful, day 8, and then, well, not sure. Let me check this castle. Alcaire castle. Whatever that is. Do we have tavern? Yes, we have. And that's frankly the only thing we need, right? Plus some items potentially. But if we go to this castle, it's day 7. Then probably this peaceful day 8. And from there, it's a bit tricky. It would be 1, 2, 3, well, maybe 4 to another peaceful. And then final destination. But is it okay with not having more conflict potentially? Let's see how much experience ideally we would need. That would probably be 3 more for Daedric summoning, 2 more for light armor, that is 5, maybe even untraining stamina completely, even though, I mean, it is a bit risky, but I could train something from destruction stuff, which is another die potentially to amplify my ancient knowledge. So 8-ish experience. Well, I guess alright then, let's still go to this town to clear the cooldown track. I think we get a lot of value from having all the dice available thanks to this ancient knowledge. So I'm going 1 to 3 in initiating this Alcaire castle encounter, and let's see, we have 4 common items, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not something I need, unfortunately. But I mean, the glyph could be pretty nice. But hold on, do I even have a space for any items? Probably not. It says enchant the enemy bag. When an enemy is deployed from this bag, it is deployed with -1 HP to a minimum of 1. This is something potentially I could leave for the end game. So you know what, that is probably what I'm going to do. First things first, of course, the tavern. So I'm recovering all of my dice, and we no longer have that nasty ongoing step effect. Okay, so we're recovering fully. And healing, which I believe we don't need to, right? I mean, we don't. Yep, we're at full HP. So I can take a second down action, well, for something like marketplace probably. Yep, probably gonna take this glyph. -1 HP on all enemies. That is pretty cool. Let me remove this dagger, I think. Probably not gonna use this at all, to be honest. So that's it then. That is the end of this town encounter. Yep, common items. Okay, not training, not untraining anything. Still have my 1 saved experience. Let's just activate the province effect. And wow, another 2. We are already on chaotic. Oh, and by the way, I completely forgot that at the start of this encounter, the party may freely gain the Dark Forces of Greed side quest. Well, let's grab it, since it's free, effectively. Dark Forces of Greed. Don't remember what's that. There anything... I mean, we do potentially have like 4 days, so there is a chance we might complete it. Well, where is it? Where is it? Dark Forces of Greed. Come on, it was almost at the top. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Travel to the southernmost conflict landmark, initiate the following clash. For that day's encounter at level 10, Khajiit counters to the pin deployed first. If this encounter is successful, complete this side quest during the next town encounter and give each adventurer additional town action. So it's basically just additional town action. Not sure I would want to do this, to be honest. I'll keep this just in case, and by the way, of course, this one is resolved. And so we already increased unrest. Let's just rotate the day dial. We're now at day 8. And let's see, I mean, we are actually quite close to this one, right? It is the most southernmost conflict landmark, I believe, right? Oh, yep, this is the one, but as I said, not sure I really want it. What ideally I would love now is to increase my enemy pool by 1 just to round up to number 30. So I guess let's head over to probably this peaceful encounter, 1, 2. I mean, peaceful landmark, and yep, initiate another peaceful encounter. We have 2 options, and we are not on the unstable, yep. So we can choose either advance the day dial by 1 and reduce unrest by 2, and make a social check by size times 3. If successful, do not advance the day dial. Ooh, this is good. I mean, with authority, I can pretty reliably pass this social check. And yep, let's give it a try. So I'm choosing the first option and try and make a social check of body size times 3. So let's go. And we have exactly 3. Perfect. This unfortunately gets exhausted, but I will recover it anyway. So we get 1 experience of 30, have +1 saved experience. We have now 2, and we're increasing the unrest to the final spot of chaotic. Wow, this can be pretty brutal. Now, do I want to spend anything on my 2 experience? And I mean, probably not. I would need 3 and 3, yeah. But I think that's okay. I will still just save those experience. And that's it. It's now day 9, and we have 3 days to reach this destination. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we could potentially already reach it, but I mean, it would be nice to have another clash, I mean, another opportunity to upgrade before that. So should we go to unstable? If we go to this one, then it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's too far away. Maybe this one then would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and yeah. I think this is the way, hoping for another clash. 1, 2, 3, 4, gaining 1 light fatigue, and let's roll the unstable die. Let's see what we get. Oh no, we've got peaceful. I was so hoping for another 2 experience, potentially even 4 with the delve. That would be amazing to finish off this build. But hey, we got peaceful. I cannot use my bard roll on that. So let's see what we get. Hold on, is this conflict? No. Oh, okay, it's like a dexterity challenge. Draw 1 enemy of each level, deploy them on any star hexes with HP. In any order, adventurer gets 1 attempt to roll a number of untrained skill dice equal to 12 minus unrest, and basically if you hit an HP, you get some bonus HP. Yeah, well, I mean, with my unrest 9, that is a bit ridiculous. I would roll only like 3 dice. I don't think I would get any bonus HP. So you know what, let me just skip this fuss, and it says encounter is successful regardless of the outcome, so I'm not gonna gain any bonus HP, and I'll simply gain 1 experience. So we have 31 on the tracker. I have 3 saved experience, and I think I will spend all of them on finally training Tempered Soul on level 4 to resurrect some dead enemies. So that's about it. We cannot increase the unrest any further. It is already at the maximum. So it's now beginning of day 10. And well, should we go straight to the final destination, or maybe visit another maybe peaceful along the way? And well, I guess why not? Let's go to maybe another peaceful just to finish it off. I'm going like that. I'm still within the reach of my destination. So that is, well, this time peaceful. Higher advance, no idea what's that. Make a social check of body size times current unrest. Are you kidding me? There's no way to complete that. Oh, and I would gain 2 experience if I could. But of course, 9 tenacity, yep. Such a shame. It would be amazing to draw this when it was still on peaceful. Yeah, so that means I'm taking the second option. Each adventurer gains 2 over fatigue or is dealt 3 true damage. Oh wow, I'm not sure what's worse. No, I'm taking true damage. I definitely don't want to get 2 over fatigue. So 3 true damage, 1, 2, 3, and then draw legendary items based on the current unrest. Oh wow. We're drawing 4 legendaries. You look at that. Probably don't even need any. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ooh, Glyph of Magicka. This is actually quite nice. Enchant Adventurer. The Enchant Adventurer has +1 Magicka for each weapon in the ready slot with Distraction Staff or Restoration Staff. And I do have 1 Restoration Staff. So I could treat this as another Magicka. Nice. Yeah, you know what? I'm definitely taking this glyph. Oh, we're gonna be so enchanted in the final encounter. Let me remove this one. Okay, wow, we have so many glyphs. Of course, I'm gonna save it for the final session because active glyphs do not carry over from session to session. So, and probably I don't need any of those, even though moving would be nice, but we already have another item for moving, and yeah, I just don't think we need anything of that. So this is all resolved, and we get 1 experience. So that is 32 on the tracker. We have 1 saved experience. We cannot increase unrest any longer. And it's the beginning of day 11 then. And well, I guess I'm fine of going to the final encounter. We have 1 2, 3, and I believe it's gonna be the Delve. I'm just not sure what page was it. Let me find Scientific Order. We completed step 1. It was B28 on page 29. So there we have it. That is gonna be a tough encounter. So travel to the remaining conflict landmark. Done. Initiate the following delve. Okay, so it is a delve. We're not gonna need this one. Probably won't need a map either. So let me move this aside a bit. Okay, instead of the entrance tile, place a random 7 hex tile and deploy it there. Okay, so let me grab that one. So I guess this would be our entrance tile. Okay. Ignore all environment. Hold on. Ignore all environment and sky shard effects on delve cards this encounter. Wow. Okay. When a sky shard is gained, decrease the round counter by 1. If you play it on Apprentice, nope. In session 1, nope. Deploy quest unit Dreamweaver to closest unoccupied hex. In session 2, he deploys after the 3rd sky shard is gained. Okay. He deploys with all the HP in the exhaustion stack plus additional HP equal to his health stat. Okay. If Dreamweaver cannot target an opposing unit after his move step, he is placed in an unoccupied hex adjacent to the weakest party member, then he determines his target. Okay. At the start of each round, each tile that is not occupied either by an adventurer or by Dreamweaver is removed, and all units occupying the removed tiles are defeated. Dreamweaver gains 2 HP, which may exceed his health stat for each unit defeated in this way. If he is not in play yet, add 2 HP chips to the excavation stack instead. The removal of delve tiles can make previously explored hexes explorable again. After Dreamweaver is defeated and cannot trigger quest unit Penumbra, immediately proceed to the next quest step. Okay, so we need to defeat this quest unit, but in order to summon it, we need first gain 3 sky shards. But at the end of each round, all tiles are sort of fallen apart, I guess, in this dream world or whatever that is. But of course the tricky part is that this enemy has the skill Penumbra. Is gonna jump to the next enemies, so we cannot just simply rush through. We're probably gonna need to defeat some enemies along the way. At least that is my gut feelings. Let's see how it's gonna go. So I think we're good. It's the beginning of round 1. Let me deploy on this entrance tile, on this tile, right? It says instead of the entrance tile, place a random 7 hex tile and deploy there. Well, let's deploy there, I guess. Okay, and we should not forget to ignore all environment and sky shard effects on delve cards. Okay, so first things first, let me recover those dice, and we do have grace, so we have plenty of mobility, 7 in fact, so let's go for it. First, yeah, for some triggering exploration, since I'm already standing on the explorable hex, and draw a delve card, and that is sky shard. Nice. Let's see, it's gonna be this shape. Gonna place this something like that, and we can now explore in either of those directions, which is pretty nice. We'll get 1 sky shard, and what happens, I believe we can reduce the round counter or something. When a sky shard is gained, decrease the round counter by 1. Okay, we need 3 of them. Alright, and all of those things, they all the tiles at the start of each round. Each tile that is not occupied. Okay, so it's not at the end, at the start of each round. Okay then, I triggered exploration. Now let's deploy we get 1 cache. Let's deploy 2 enemies, 5 and 1. So that would be Orc Marauder and Nord Bandit. Okay, we should make sure to defeat some enemies along the way. Otherwise, this enemy will jump over to all of them. So got the first enemy over here, then 6 over here as well. Right, yep, like that. Oh, and we cannot simply rush through and explore and reveal and collect 3 sky shards to summon this guy, because he will still jump on all of them. Yeah, but first I guess let's still try to move at least a bit further. So I am reducing my grace by 1 to move, well, 7 spaces. That would be 1, 2, let's go this way. So I moved 1, 2, 3. I have 4 more left. Let's track it with this die. And I'm triggering another exploration. And we have Darkened Hole. Yikes. That is gonna be a long one. So I'm gonna place this, let's see, this way, or perhaps maybe this way, so we could keep exploring over here. Okay, and we've got a single level 5 enemy, and that is Spider. Oh my goodness, stalwart enemy. 5 health. Of course, classic opponent. Goes over here, and 1 cash. I still can explore more if I want to. And I think, yeah, sure. Let's keep moving. 1, 2. Now I have 2 movement left out of my 7. Right, we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So I'm exploring again. And that is another sky shard. Nice. And once again, we ignoring all of those when revealed effects and all of those things. Even though I'm not sure about when revealed effects, it specifically says ignore all environmental and sky shard effects, but it doesn't say anything about when revealed effects. So I guess we still need to play them, right? Okay, so let me draw another one. I guess this shape, I'm gonna place it like that, so I could explore down south maybe. Yep. Okay, I mean, it's not ideal placement, but I just think I need to explore over there on top. I simply don't have space. And I still have 2 movements left, right? So it's gonna be 1 and 2, which I can trigger exploration again. Oh, and by the way, when revealed, if no enemies is deployed to each tile, to this tile, each adventure gains 2 tenacity. Oh, thank you very much. No enemies were deployed indeed. So yeah, I guess let's trigger another exploration, and let's see what's that. Not a sky shard, unfortunately, but hey, so we get a long one. That's going to be something, something like that. Not ideal, but there's no other way around it. Yeah, let's place it this way. I believe it will be removed anyway. And the party may choose to discard party-sized items. If it does so, reduce either a round counter or unrest. Okay, I'm fine like that. We need to still deploy level 1 enemy. And let's see, who is that? Got Argonian Bandit with 3 health, goes over here. Alright, so I've done my first move action, which is quite ridiculous. But now the question is, do I want a second move action or do I want to engage? And let's double check what happens at the start of each round. Each tile that is not occupied by either an adventurer or Dreamweaver is removed, and all units occupying removed tiles are defeated. Okay, and this guy will get 2 health for each enemy, for each unit defeated this way. Well, alright then. Now the question is, do I even want to try fight those enemies? I mean, they will still be defeated anyway, but if I stay here, I would lose quite a lot of health. I mean, we have 2 damage coming up, and 1 and 2. Not good. I have only 3 health left. Oh, but wait. I have my racial ability. Once per battle, when perform an engage, add 1 status die to your roll. And what if I'll use Power Stone to change it to Stealth Guarantee? Oh, this is pretty fun. Yep, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's do this. I'm simply engaging by adding status die to my roll. I don't need to declare a target. I'm just rolling those, and let's go. Oh, I've got a miss on this one. Let's use Bard reroll for the rescue. Come on, at least 1. Yes, we've got number 1. It means we can change this fear to stealth. And it says if you apply this die to yourself, gain 1 tenacity. How good is that? Gain 1 tenacity and stealth, and that's it. Okay, I'm leaving my turn like that, so it's now over to the enemies. They simply move adjacent 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2. That's it. Now it's the beginning of round 2, and well, they all are defeated. Right at the start of each round, each tile that is not occupied by either an adventurer or Dreamweaver. So yep, defeated, 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 but he gains 2 HP for each one. So 1, let's grab from each stack. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 8 more health. Wow. I'm now starting to thinking whether it was a good idea. Maybe I should have defeated some enemies along the way. I mean, you just look at this. This is massive, massive stack. But of course, all of those tiles are removed as well. Wow. So let's me clean it up. This is a defeated stack, and all of those things are removed. And now I'm just all by myself here on this tiny island. But we managed to collect 2 sky shards. That means only 1 to go. So recovering those dice, That was a nice plan of avoiding so much damage. I start to like this racial ability. Okay, now let's trigger exploration since I'm starting on explorable hex. And yes, we've got a sky shard, and it is a small one. Do we even have any? Yep, of course we have. So I'm placing it something like, doesn't really matter, like that. We've got one cache, one level 1 enemy, and let's see, this is going to be Skelly Boy, 2 HP, goes over here. And now I'm moving with my move action, just like that. Ta-da! We collected Sky Shard, that means we can reduce the round counter by 1. And since it's this third Sky Shard, I believe we deploy this guy to the closest unoccupied hex to who adventure who gained Sky Shard. Okay, so let me deploy it, well, probably over here. And it deploys with all of this giant health stack plus its own health, so plus 5 more. Oh my goodness. How much health is even that? Hold on, let me count just for the sake of fun. So let's see. We have 5 and 5, so this is 10. And then we have 5 more and 4 more. So it is 19 health, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, it is a giant health. It looks so intimidating. It has Ethereal and Native and Penumbra. Wow. Well, first things first, while I have all of those dice available, let's roll some. I think I'll go for Ancient Knowledge and definitely this one. And I'm thinking maybe Power Stone and Daedric Curse, kind of. This would of course reduce the damage from Ancient Knowledge, but yeah, you know what, I think I'm fine. I'm gonna roll first engage only this single die, which would do 9 damage. Still not too bad. So that is what I'm rolling, targeting of course this guy. 9 damage, here we go. Alright, we've got the damage, and I can spend 1 tenacity to ignore 1 defense. As interrupt, this gets drained, and we're dealing 9 damage minus 1 defense, that is 8 damage. Wow, how cool is that? That is a nice burst. That is exactly 8 damage, and I'm healing in the process for the same amount of damage dealt, so I'm back to full 6 health. Yeah, baby. Okay, then again, full 5 tenacity, then I immediately spending 2 tenacity on recovering this drained die, which I can roll now again. And so yeah, you know what, let's repeat from the process. So I'm adding 2 light fatigue for another engage. Gonna do the same thing, even though now as I'm thinking, should I add some extra dice maybe? But no, I'd rather maximize the damage. So another 9 damage, here we go. Yes, it's landed, she gets drained of course. And yep, another 9 damage minus 2 defense, that is 7, goes through. And that is, let's see, yep, 7 health. Okay, this health stack is no longer that scary. Great. Now I can definitely make, well, another engage, and probably gonna roll all of these 4. I don't think I need any companions actually anymore. I mean additional companions. So I will just rather do more damage. 1 and 2. I think that's it really. I can roll that much dice. That many. So targeting of course the same guy, the Dreamweaver. Let's go. Ooh, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see, how much health does he still have? 5 plus 2 defense, that is 7. If I change my Power Stone to this result, means we can do 8 damage, and that is enough to defeat it. Yeah, and we can even reroll this one. I believe I have not used my Bard reroll, so let's go for it. Yikes, that a miss, still a miss. Unfortunately, I could have defeated this skeleton right away, but hey, let's resolve all of this. So I'm dealing 8 damage, including 2 true damage to myself, but I'm defeating this enemy, and that means I'm healing, so effectively not losing any health. But of course this enemy jumps back on the weakest enemy over here. By the way, there is standing on a cash chip, and this is returned back to the bag because of this Penumbra thing. And this is a miss, 1 tenacity, and this is resolved, this to the active slot, and this is my Clan Fear. And well, that's about it. Now it's over to my companion. And I think, yeah, I mean, he should do it. 4 damage. And I'm even gonna ignore 1 defense to guarantee defeat this guy. Let's go. Wow, 5 damage. Definitely more than needed. This enemy is down. Yay. Is this the end? Let's see. We need to eliminate Dreamweaver. Nope. After, okay, he's defeated and cannot trigger Penumbra, which is true. Immediately proceed to the next. Oh, hold on, there's another quest step. Oh my. Page 33. Let's see. Okay, we got new quest objective. Shuffle the top card from the common deck into the remaining Delve deck. When this card is drawn, place the entrance tile as if it's a revealed Delve tile. Bum bum bum. Okay. Oh my goodness. So we're taking this card and we're gonna shuffle it to the remaining Delve deck. But this is a huge deck. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's shuffle it. I'm gonna close my eyes, cannot peek it, kind of try to not see where it is, how far deep it is there. So hopefully it's all correct. Right, let me just it. Okay, we're good. So basically now we need to escape from this dreamland to the entrance tile. We still ignore all environment and sky shard effects on Delve cards. When sky shard is gained, it's no longer decreases. Okay, it's no longer decreases the round counter. Okay. At the start of each round, each tile that is not occupied by adventure is removed. Okay, same thing. And encounter is successful at the end of a round in which at least one adventurer is occupying the entrance tile. So yeah, we just need to escape. We finished the round with my companion's turn, so that means now it's over to me, beginning round 2. And of course, I believe expert summoner should have been reduced by 1. Okay. So now I'm recovering. Wow, this only light fatigue dice. And yeah, let's rush through. Let me use my evocation. I'm gonna decrease this probably by 2 to uptick my grace by the same number by 2. And now, well, I have not engaged yet. That means I can make a double move. And I believe I have still that item. No. That item is in my pack for additional movements. Yikes. That was a bit of a misplay. I should have placed this in my ready slot instead. Okay then, I'm still making double move, definitely. 1, and I have 7 movement, so let's track it down with those dice, I guess. Because we're gonna make quite a lot of stops on the way. So we have 7 movement, and I'm moving 1 to trigger exploration. It is Sky Shard, but it's no longer does anything, right? What happens when Sky Shard is gained? Well, yeah, it's no longer decreases the round counter. If you play on Apprentice, you may heal. I'm not on the Apprentice. I'll get 1. Let me find the round shape. It would be something like that. Okay, this is perfect. Let's add 2 enemies, level 5 and 1. And with your permission, I'm not gonna add health right now, because I think the whole will be defeated anyway, because the tiles are still removed. So the first enemy goes here, the second enemy goes here, okay. And when revealed effect, I believe they still work. So either discard this card or draw a new one, and draw a new one, or you're dealt 2 true damage. Well, I take 2 true damage, and I'm gonna keep running. I'm gonna make another 1, 2, so we now have 4 movements left. For steps, right? It was 1, 2, 3, yep, 4 left. I'm triggering another exploration, and it is not that card. So let's see. I'm gonna place this way. Okay, can explore over here. First, let's deploy enemy. We'll get another level 5. That is Red Guard Marauder. Okay, 2 more steps. 1, 2, down to 2. And trigger another exploration. Still, I see that card now. It is going to be next. Okay, oh, got a big one. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me place my dice tray aside and try to find a way to connect it somehow. Okay, maybe this way, right? Kind of a bit messy, but it's fine. You have 3 enemies. We get a level 10. That would be Harpy over here, and then 2 level 1s, 1 and 2, like that and that. But I still can move. I can 1, 2, and that was my first move action. And well, second move action, I'm definitely reducing my grace by 1 to move another 7, and that should be 1, 2, and yes, we've got this card on top of the delve deck, meaning I am now placing the entrance tile. Where is it? I'm not sure where I placed it. And just like that, connecting it as normal. Let's place it this way. And that's it, basically. 1, 2, I just need to survive now until the end of round. Now, this harpy can hit hard. Is there any way I can shut her down? I mean, yeah, maybe with daze. Hold on, I moved twice. Means I cannot engage. Oh my goodness. Okay then. Okay, fair enough. Now it's over to the enemies. I believe I'm discarding this item. Well, those enemies, they can't do anything. It's only harpy, it moves and it rolls 3 enemy combat dice. Can I survive this hit? Now this is the question. Let's go. Oh, wow, that was so close. 2 damage, I'm preventing 1, so taking only 1, and that's it. I still have 3 health left, and that's it. We made it, guys. We made it. Session 2, this challenging delve. That was pretty fun, I must say. So let's see. Let's finish it off. This encounter is successful at the end of a round in which at least one adventurer is occupying the entrance tile. Checked. Okay, and we'll get 4 experience. Nice. That means 36 on the tracker. And we have 5 experience with 1 saved. Now, this is a tough question. More recovery or more dice? Actually, both. Yeah, you know what? Let me upgrade the cooldown to 4, and we still have 1 experience saved. Nice. Now that's it. Go to page 42. 42. Let's see, and we get gain keyword block operative and even minor keyword supernal knowledge. Okay, that was pretty fun. Let me clean it up and we'll see you soon in session 3. Alright guys, welcome back to session 3. We are in the end game of High Rock. Now, things may look a bit complicated over here, but no worries, I'll break things down. So, day 1 of the end game, we're doing a dungeon. And just to show you the layout of this dungeon, the way it looks, we have 3 separate floors. We have floor 1, as you can see, it's over here with the entrance tile with my adventurer. We have completely separate floor 2 over here, which I placed on the right. I mean, space is always a bit of an issue here for my camera setup. And then we have a completely also separate floor 3, which I placed, you know, a little bit with an angle, but basically this is the one. These are the B hexes, and these, as you can see by these cash chips. And the way you transfer between floors is you need to occupy specific hexes. So let me read. At the end of the round, all units occupying A hexes on floor 1 and B hexes on floor 2 are transferred to the matching letter hex on the next floor up, as long as the corresponding hex is unoccupied. So basically, if at the end of the round you occupy either of those 1, 2, 3 hexes, you get transferred over here to the floor 2. Then if you're occupying either of those 3 hexes, 1, 2, 3, you're getting transferred to the level 3, the floor 3, which is over here. 1, 2, 3. Pretty plain and simple. So now let's go over the setup. It says encounter setup. Set unrest to party size +1, so for me unrest is 2. I already removed the overland map just to fit this dungeon, but we can track unrest. Maybe with those tokens, just as a reminder, because unrest is important for triggering native skills like we have over here and over here. So yeah, we do have a couple of native skills, so let's track unrest with those tokens. Okay, so we need to set up the dungeon, which is already done, using the end of session difficulty EP, and for me end of session difficulty EP is 37. This is why we have a level 20, 10, and 5, and 2 level 1s, but it also says deploy quest unit Lich Dislanderer on hex A1 on floor 1, so there she is, and quest unit Dreamweaver on hex B1 on floor 2, there he is. If either hex 7 or 8 are unoccupied after deploying hex, deploy a random level 1 enemy to each that is unoccupied. So this is why we added 2 more level 1 enemies. When a unit triggers quest unit skill Penumbra, they replace the weakest allied non-quest enemy on the same floor. If there are none, they replace the weakest allied non-quest enemy on the next floor higher. they are enabled to replace allied units on the lower floors. And plain and simple, our objective is Conquer, which is to defeat all enemies. Now let's see if there's any keywords we have, and we have Block Operative indeed. We can apply Fear Status die to a quest unit, Dream Weaver. So it's Penumbra basically not gonna work, which is pretty nice, not gonna lie, even though we could have done the same trick ourselves pretty much with Wall of Elements. And we also have another skill, another keyword, Supernal Knowledge. When an adventurer would gain or fatigue due to the enemy skill rot, they may gain a status die of their choice instead. Okay, so that is good to know, because we do have a rot, at least one over here, right? Could be more, but yeah, we have only one. Okay, so that's about it when it comes to this setup. So let's see how we can tackle this encounter. We do have Lich Dislanderer, and we cannot go to the next floor higher, which would be this one, once Dislanderer is still occupying the floor. And because she is Penumbra, if you defeat her, she will replace first the weakest allied unit on this floor, and if there are none, she will replace anyone on this floor. So that is quite nasty. But we can shut her down if we want to, because the way specifically Penumbra works is that even though you cannot apply fear directly to enemy, to quest units specifically, but when they trigger Penumbra and they replace the weakest unit, they inherit their current HP and their current status dice. So the way to sort of cheese it is to apply a fear to the weakest unit, then defeat the Slanderer, and then she would replace the weakest unit, also gaining status die, which would be fear in that case. And that is probably what I'm going to do. But first things first, we have so many available dice. You just look at that. That means our Ancient Knowledge can deal a bunch of damage. Probably even more than we need to. But before I do, let me also check the items. So we have Barskin Helmet, House Access Curious, Restoration Staff, and Wolf Belt. Any glyphs? I mean, this is for round count. I'll leave it for day 3. Oh, and we have Glyph of Magicka. Enchant Adventure, yep. The Enchant Adventure has +1 Magicka for each weapon in the ready slot with Destruction Staff or Restoration Staff trait. And this glyph is not discarded at the end of battle, which means I can leave it until, well, the end of session. So I'm gonna keep it like that as a reminder to myself that I have +1 Magicka, which is awesome. So first things first, definitely let's roll this one, Ancient Knowledge alongside Authority. And I mean, I don't need that much damage. Even that would be already 9, 10, 11, 12. I need only 8 maximum, right? Yep. That means I can afford rolling a couple of extra dice, the same engage. That would be Power Stone. Of course, I'm also gonna use my racial ability to add a status die to my roll. And so would this be enough? Let's see, I need 8 damage. Yep, that means I can afford rolling a couple of more, namely all of my light armor dice. Because that is still 8 damage, that is exactly enough to defeat Orc Marauder. Okay then, let's go for it. I'm declaring this enemy as my target and rolling all those dice. Yep, I can roll them all. Let's go. You look at that, we rolled fear naturally even without using Power Stone. How cool is that? So yep, I'm definitely applying fear to this weakest enemy, and then, well, we still have 2 Power Stone. How good is that? And yep, we have the damage. I guess let's change Authority to number 5, and another one, either Evocation or maybe Light Armor. Yeah, let's go for Evocation to the number 3. So that is what I used on Power Stone. This gets drained, and 5 Tenacity. All of those light armor dice, they go to my active slots. And of course for this one I'm dealing 8 damage, because that is how many available Magicka type dice I have. It gets drained along the way, but that is still enough to defeat Orc Marauder. Pew! 1 enemy down. Okay, now I'm going to spend 2 Tenacity on Tale of Sirabane to recover this die. And well, I'm gonna of course roll it again. So I'm adding 2 Light Fatigue to make a second engage. Roll this again. And this time I need only 6 damage. That means I can afford to roll a couple of extra. I think I'll go for Daedric Curse. That's probably all I really need. So let's go. That is what I'm rolling, targeting Lich Dislanderer. Let's go. Okay, not too bad. First we're dealing 2 damage to the adjacent enemy. It takes 1, 2, okay. And then we're dealing 7 damage 2 Lich Dislanderer, which is enough to defeat her. Boom! And at this very moment she replaces the weakest unit on this floor, which of course would be this one, and she inherits all its current HP, a status die, including Fear. Nice! And I believe because of the keyword, it says, when adventure would gain over fatigue due to the enemy's skill or rot, they may gain a status die of their choice instead. So well, of course I will gain a stealth status die, even though I will remove it right away probably, because well, I'm going to engage. So yep, I am engaging, adding 2 more light fatigue. It's my 3rd engage, and all I really need is just these 2 dice. I think I'm not gonna summon my companion yet. So let's roll and let's see if we can finish her off in the same still turn 1. And yes, that is more damage than needed. That 6, we needed only 3. We are taking 1 true damage, but we're healing thanks to our restoration staff, so we're effectively not losing any health, and Dislandra is defeated. We're not gaining any more status die, of course, because we shut down her rot, so... but that is still alright. And we defeated enemy, the quest enemy, which is the most important thing. So I'm gonna place her aside, of course, because I've dealt damage. My status die, my stealth is removed as well. And now I still can move because I have not moved yet. And for that I'm going to decrease my grace by 1 to move up to 8, right? Because I have 6 plus 1 from the enchantment plus 1 from stamina, so we have 8 movement. I'm moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that is all I really need. Just let me double check where exactly like what the lettered hexes are. Let's see, this is A1 and I'll be transferred to A1 over here. I mean, I could go even a bit further on A2 to get transferred to this hex. I guess that works. And probably most importantly, that I forgot to read, that if there are no party members occupying a specific floor, the enemies on that floor do not take a turn. So basically all enemies on this and that floor do not take their turns until I am present on the given floor. And now at the end of the round, we are transferring, going on the lift. So that is the end of round. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just going from this hex over here. And now it's the beginning of round 2. Not too bad, I must say. So I'm recovering 4 dice, 1, 2, and 2 light fatigue. Now here we have Dremora, which is arguably one of the strongest enemies of level 20 with true damage and days. And it has 9 health. Even if I recover my ancient knowledge, that still wouldn't be enough to defeat it, right? I can deal only, let's see, 7 damage it seems. But you know what, I'll still try. So I'll go, let's see, 1, 2, hold on. Of course I need to use grace for moving that much. So yep, let's use annulment, decrease it by 1 to increase grace by 1, and then reduce it by 1 to move. And let's see, I think, yeah, let's go 1, 2, 3 this way and try to do some damage and hopefully roll some dice. Well, I'm definitely want to summon my companion. Maybe even this time resurrect another companion with Tempered Soul, and maybe deal some damage with adjacent damage. And well, I mean, I can roll all 7 of them, so why not? But even though, wait, if I roll all of that, that means my ancient knowledge won't be doing pretty much anything, right? Yeah, you know what, first things first, let me spend 2 tenacity to recover my ancient knowledge, deal at least some damage. As my first engage, I simply gonna roll this single die, which hopefully would deal at least 7 damage. So I'm targeting Dremora, and yep, let's go. Oh no, it missed. Bard roll to the rescue. Come on, Bard. And yes, it landed. Fantastic. I'm draining it, dealing 7 damage, and I think I will spend 1 tenacity to ignore 1 defense. So we effectively dealing 6 damage, I believe, right? 7 minus 1 defense, yep, 6 damage. Okay, still not too bad. And now I can make another engage, adding 2 light fatigue, and now I'm gonna roll all of those 7 dice. Actually none of them require targets, so I'll just roll all of them and let's see what we get. But I already used my bard to reroll, unfortunately. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 I've got a miss on Temperance Soul on the summon. And I do have Power Stone, but I would rather use this probably on Summon to change it to this one. Yeah, so I'm using Power Stone first to then use Clan Fear. I'm gonna deploy it over here. But then let's apply this damage to Dremora. Then, well, 1 true damage to Dremora as well. Oh, like that. And then we've got Expert Summoner. Got a miss on Tempered Soul, which means I'm getting Tenacity. And this is Daze, and I'm not sure I need it actually, because we have ranged enemy, and yeah, I think there is not much point in applying that, so I'll just simply skip resolving it, simply exhaust it and place it in my cooldown track like that. So that's it, I'm leaving my turn like that. Now it's over to my companion Clan Fear, and it's going to engage Dremora with 5 combat dice thanks to my expert evasion, which should be enough because of its aggressive trait and my bard rerolls. That definitely will be 5 damage. I need only 4, frankly. Yep, we get 4 damage. That's all we need. It means Dremora is defeated. Pew! And Elemental Drain goes to the next enemy, dealing 2 true damage as well. 1, 2, zhuk. Okay, great. Now over to the enemies. I'm starting with the quest enemy. It's engaging 2 units, right? Yep, with range 5. So 2 enemy combat dice. Let's go. 2 damage, and I think we should not forget I have House Hex's Curious, 1 tenacity for that, and 1 recovery from Barkskin Helmet. Yep, that's all I have. So I'm recovering 1 light fatigue, and I think I will prevent 1 damage and instantly recover this die itself for light armor. And yes, this is legit. And my companion takes 1 damage as well. Now over to level 10, and this is a bit scary because it's gonna roll 3 dice. Oh, hold on, it's targeting only single strongest unit, so only me. 1, 2, 3, yep. Okay, let's go. 3 dice. Ooh, this is scary. 4 damage. Okay, Bard reroll to the rescue, come on to something nicer. Okay, at least 1 damage. But I don't have my spell warding anymore, yikes. I should have used Evocation, that's completely my misplay 100%. So I am taking 3 damage. Ow, that hurts. 1, 2, 3, and then also gain 1 tenacity and recover 1 die. And now over to level 1 Spriggan, and this is bad because it's going to apply a bane not only to me, which by the way I'm ignoring because of Wood Felt. I'll gain just light fatigue instead, but my companion does get this. This is not good. And then we have Breton Bandit moves 1, 2 and engages, well, actually both of us. But before it does, it also rolls 1d6 and I have only 3 health. Hopefully it's not gonna steal anything. Ooh, got number 4. No, Bard roll to the rescue. Ooh, got 2. It's not gonna steal anything. Wow, I should definitely prioritize this bandit. So now it is engaging with a single die. Let's go. 1 damage I am taking. Yikes. Okay, I'm at last 2 health. That is a bit scary now. And it is beginning of round 3. And I can recover, hold on, after this enemy engage I should also gain 1 tenacity and recover 1 die. And now I'm recovering 4 dice, which will include Power Stone as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so first things first, let me spend 2 tenacity to recover Ancient Knowledge. And now as a first engage, well, probably gonna roll just Ancient Knowledge to heal a bit, but that die will deal only 3 damage. Not a lot, but you know what, I think that is still fine. At least I could defeat this Spriggan and then trigger this thing, jump into Scamps. So that is my first engage, rolling single die to Spriggan. Let's go. Fantastic, it landed. I'm draining it, dealing 1, 2, 3, 4 damage and healing in the process. So Spriggan down, this thing jumps to the next enemy, 2 true damage. Thank you very much. And I'm also healing for 4 HP. Nice, I'm at full 6 health again. Okay, this is great. Now let's make a second engage, 2 more light fatigue. And well, I'm just gonna roll all of those dice, targeting, well, thinking either Scamps or Breton Bandit. And I think let's do some damage to Scamps. 3 damage, 3 dice is just too scary to be honest. So that is what I'm rolling, targeting Scamps. Let's go. I mean, that is alright. We'll get 3 on Spell Warding and we'll get Power Stone. Now, how much health does he have? I believe 5, right? Yep, 5 plus 2 defense. That means if I ignore 1 defense and I change with Power Stone this result to this one, that would be enough. We're dealing 6 damage with 1 defense. That is exactly enough. Nice. And of course we're taking 1 throw damage, but then we're healing back because of Restoration Staff, and this jumps back to our adventure mat. Nice. Another enemy down, and I think I would rather move away from this bandit. I mean, even just 1 hex away, that would be nice. Alright, now over to my companion. Unfortunately, it's gonna take 1 true damage. Yikes, this Bane is so bad. Now it's going to roll 4 enemy combat dice, and let's target Breath and Bandit. I really don't like it. So yeah, I'm reducing this by 1 to roll 4 combat dice. Let's go. Ooh, nice. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and miss. It is aggressive, so it's gonna roll it again. And we've got another one, 5 damage. And I wonder why this enemy has 5 health. I think I accidentally added 1, but yeah, nevertheless 5 damage. That definitely should be enough to defeat Bread and Bandit. Okay, so another enemy down. Fantastic, and now it's over to this enemy, to the quest unit. It's going to roll 2 dice targeting both of us, right? I'm still in range. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, definitely in range. So let's go. Oh, nice. 1 damage. I'm preventing that with with Spell Warding. And you know what? Let me reduce it actually by 2, just so I could recover Power Stone. Okay, now it's the beginning of round 4. We have just 2 rounds left, and we need still to defeat all of those enemies. And by the way, hold on, I've got engaged. That means I need to gain tenacity and recover 1 die. Should always keep in mind the items which I have here in my follow. Okay, and now I recover 4 dice, so that would be 2 light fatigue and 2 of these, 1 and 2. And not much damage I can do this turn, unfortunately. My companion will get defeated instantly with Bane. That is a bit unfortunate. I guess, first of all, let me reduce my evocation by 1, or is it number 1, to increase grace by 1, and basically I'm just moving without upticking it. I'm moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let me double check where this hex it's gonna go. B2, it will transfer me over here. Yep, okay, that would do it. Now I just need to do enough damage to this guy. And well, I think let's roll just these 2. That's probably all I need, really. Maybe even Temper Soul. I mean, I could resurrect somebody here, like maybe this Wood of Bandit, or even better, Orc Marauder. Ooh, yep, I think that would be nice. Okay, so yep, let's add another one. So these are 3 dice I'm rolling. Let's go. Ooh, this is actually great. This is exactly the result I was hoping for. And I was thinking to use Power Stone, but hey, it landed naturally. That means I can spend and use my Power Stone on Tempered Soul. So I'm draining this one, resolving this one first, and then I'm dealing 1 true damage, and most importantly, I'm recovering my die while I'm triggering my class ability for free. And I think I'll choose probably Authority, because yeah, I want to make another extra turn. Man, as for my companion, I think I'll resurrect, as I said, this Orc Marauder with 6 HP, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 adjacent hex, which means it will be teleported as well. Fantastic. And now I need to deal a bit more damage. So yep, unfortunately it seems I have to make another engage, so 2 more light fatigue, and I'm going to roll this simple single authority. A bit wasteful, but hey, what can you do? That is what I'm rolling. And if we've got 3, that is exactly what's needed. So this is drained, I get 3 tenacity, and then I can use my Battle of Glenumbra Moors, which is removes all light fatigue and then make immediate extra turn. So removed, then next turn I'm recovering all of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now I can easily finish off this guy. All we really need is, I guess, Power Stone and these 2, right? I don't think we need anything else. Or really, perhaps we could even use this one instead. Yeah, I mean, that should do it. That is 3 dice I'm rolling, targeting, of course, the only guy we have. Let's go. Ooh, nice. 4 damage and Power Stone, which I'm changing to this result, which deals 1 true damage, and I'm triggering class ability for free once again, and I will choose, well, maybe Authority again, and of course, sorry, I should have spent my 5 tenacity. I'm currently at 0, and now I'm dealing 4 damage, which unfortunately does not enough to kill it, but I'm still taking 1 true damage myself and dealing 2 damage to this guy, and hopefully my companion will finish it off. So that's it for my turn. Now over to my companions, and by the way, let's mark that this guy is indeed my companion. So Clan Fear unfortunately is removed because of Bane, such a nasty thing. Now over to this Orc Marauder. It will engage with 3 dice with my Expert Evasion, which should be enough. Oh yeah, definitely. We get 1 and 2 more, and plus it has aggressive, so yep, we're definitely defeating this enemy. It does not trigger its penumbra because it was feared, and that's it. Now it's the end of round, and we are teleported to the floor up, which means I am currently on B1. I mean, I'm on B2, so I'm going over here, and my companion goes on B3, which is over here. Okay, now it's the beginning of round 5. I'm recovering all of those 4 dice, which is perfect, and now we need to find a way of defeating both of these enemies on the same turn, otherwise I'll get an over fatigue. And well, let's see, my companion can deal damage to 2 adjacent enemies, so with Power Stone number 3, it could potentially one-shot both of them. Let's give it a try. First, let me move, I think, 1 space like that. For that, I don't need to use Grace, I still have at least 1 stamina. And now let's go for Power Stone, Expert Summoner, and maybe Daedric Curse, and Authority, since I will recover it anyway. So that's it. I don't want to roll more dice. I want to keep my cooldown track clean, ideally. And this is what I'm rolling. Let's go. This is not really good. Let's see, let's resolve this one first. Authority, gain 4 tenacity, this is good. Let's deal 1 true damage to adjacent unit, like that. And well, let's give a try Bard reroll on Power Stone. I really want Expert Summoner with number 3 to one-shot both of these. And yes, we've got even number 2. Wow, I should have used this before resolving other dice. I did not expect number 2, but anyway, that is what I'm doing, changing these to 3, and that's about it really. I think I'm good leaving my turn like that, which means it's now over to my companion, which definitely moves 1, 2, and with Power Stone it's going to roll 5 dice, which I think should be enough, right? Because it's aggressive, and I have my Bard roll. As long as we deal 5 damage, that should be enough. Let's go. Oh, wow. So many misses. 1, 2, 3, and 2 blanks. Orc Marauder, aggressive reroll. Let's go. Okay, still 1 miss. And now my Bard reroll. Come on, we need another bit of damage. Yes, we've got even 2. Even though, frankly, even that should be enough, since I could spend 1 tenacity to ignore this defense. So yep, it does all of this damage to both of these units. Wolf is defeated. Imperial Bandit is defeated. And that is GG, that is the end of this encounter. We managed to do this before fatigue round kicks in. Nice! Let me double check that we have the objective is conquer. Yes, it is indeed the case. Nice! So let me clean it up. We no longer have this companion. Let me just sort quickly the enemies. So level 1, 5, 5, 10, 5, 10. Okay, gonna place them in the respective pegs. That and like that. Gonna recover all of those dice. 1, 2, Authority, and I think I would also knock off all of those dice because I want to recover them, at least some of them, to make more available dice for rolling for Ancient Knowledge. So that is pretty much the end of this encounter, but of course we're not done with the end game because we still have the final day. Arguably the most fun encounter. So let me resolve all of that. I'm missing 1 health, apparently I'm not at full HP. And now let's see. Oh, we gained 3 experience. Nice. And we still have 1 saved. And well, I think I could go either for annulment or maybe even untraining another stamina, being completely stamina-less build since I have Grace. And to train, well, maybe another Force Shock. I don't think, frankly, we need anything else. So yeah, that is what I'm doing. I'm untraining my final stamina. How ridiculous is that? And let's see, let's train another final die from destruction. Stuff that could be either Force Shock, or I'm thinking maybe Destructive Touch. But the problem is I don't have such a big health pool to use this effectively, and I would need this to power up with Power Stone, but I already have so many dice that need Power Stone. So I think I'm good with training just a level 1 die, just a bit more raw damage. Okay, so this is done. Obviously we don't have the Overland phase in the end game. And do I want to make an adventure rest step? Let's see if there's any item I could discard. And I mean, yeah, I think so. I can discard this one. I don't think I'm gonna need this one anymore. So I'm activating my adventure rest step, which means to recover 1 die like that and heal for 1 HP. I'm now at full 6 health and I will recover, even though, so wait a sec, I need to recover Grace, of course, and not Spell Warding. Without stamina, I definitely need at least some way of moving. Okay, so adventure rest step is done, everything done, we can move on to the day 2, and when completed, well, go to day 2. Let's see what we have. It's a peaceful encounter as always. Encounter rules. Set the round counter to 1, this is done. To prepare for the next battle, you may choose any number of times to increase the round counter by 1, or increase unrest by 2. Each time you do this, each adventurer may remove 1 die from the cooldown track and also do one of the following. Heal 1 HP, gain 2 bonus experience, or refresh 1 expanded potion in the inventory. Okay, if there is a knight, nope. If there is a ranger, nope. Okay, and the round counter does not reset when setting up the next day battle, and higher unrest will mean more sky shards must be found before the Slanderer is revealed. And let's see, I do have the enchant. Well, let's actually use both of them. We have Glyph of Foulness, which means we can enchant the enemy bag, and when the enemy is deployed from this bag, it is deployed with -1 HP. Okay, so that is 1 enchantment, and I think I'm gonna enchant a level 1 to 5 bag. So jig, I'm touching it like that, and then whenever we draw a level 1 or 5 enemy, they're gonna deploy with -1 HP. And also I'm going to enchant the round counter. Enchant the round counter after adventurers take fatigue damage during the start of a fatigue round. Set the round counter to 4, and the next time battle ends, discard this enchant. So this basically gives us a bit of extra rounds. I'm gonna keep it like that as a reminder. And now going back to the encounter of day 2, I think now I can a little safer increase the round counter. At least by 1, maybe like that. So to prepare for the next battle, you may choose any number of times increase the round counter by 1, so I've done it once. And each time you do this, you may remove 1 die from the cooldown track, so thank you very much, remove once. And also do one of the following. Heal, I don't need to, gain 2 bonus experience. Let's see, I still have 1 saved, and I will gain 2 more. I mean, I could do this 1 more time to increase the cooldown to 5. But frankly, I don't think I need to. I think I'll still take this bonus experience, so I now have 3 saved. That means I can either train another die from the restore from light armor skill line, or maybe another health, and I don't think I need any more dice at this point. I mean, maybe another spell warding would be nice, but the problem is that I have expert evasion, expert summoner, so my active slots are kind of full. So I think I'll rather just simply train another health. I'm spending 2 experience for that to train health stat. Again, the 7th health like that, and the last remaining saved experience I will convert to tenacity, because I don't have anything to spend it on, really. We completely maxed out the adventure mat, of course not counting the cooldown track. And that's about it. We'll also gain 1 experience, but as I said, I don't have anything to spend it on, and we're already at 5 tenacity, so yep, we're pretty much maxed out. Even though I could have potentially increased my cooldown, but no, I think I'm fine. I don't want to increase the round counter too much. Means we can go to the day 3. Oh, by the way, any keywords? Nope, nothing for us. We have a block operative and disrupt operation, or something like that. Okay, so day 3, and we're gonna need to set up the map this way. Let me remove all of those things, all of those delve tiles, gonna keep them aside like that, like that. I usually stack them in kind of this way. Okay, we don't need that, don't need that. And let's just grab a big clash tile back. It's going to be this one. Now the question is, as always, how can we even possibly fit this massive thing? You know what, let me place the round counter here to the right. This is our unrest tracker, right, with those 2 tokens. And maybe let's set up the map over here. I think that should work, right? Oh, and we need 2 small triangle tiles, so that would be one. Hold on, we need specific ones, right? Yeah, this one is going to be, hold on, let's take a look. We have 3 of them, right? And we need, yep, without this one. Okay, so this one with 2 home tiles, hexes like that, and this one with the item this way, I think. Hopefully this is correct. And let's read the encounter setup. Set up the following delve using the end of session difficulty EP, placing the clash tile adjacent to the entrance tile as shown, as well as 2 specific 3-hex delve tiles with icons matching those shown in the diagram. No enemies deployed to these 2 tiles during setup, but caches are placed as indicated. So caches placed as indicated 1 and 2. Okay. Then deploy quest unit UDEX of videos to hex A. Let's see where this gentleman with 8 HP, 3 more. Okay, to hex A, which is over here. And quest unit Karzug Magul to hex B. This was our companion in session 1. Okay, I guess she was still trapped in this dream. So this is why she's no longer our companion. She goes to hex B. No quest enemies deploy with HP equal to the current, non-quest enemies deploy with HP equal to the current unrest, not exceeding health stat. And while the unrest is at 2 at the moment. Okay, scout adventurers, we don't have scout. Encounter rules. Initiate the following delve, and before we do, let's populate the enemies, which, and by the way, they deploy with only 2 HP. Okay, so let's go for level 20. And our enemy pool is 37 for the end of session difficulty P, so level 20. Oh, we've got Leech. Such a nasty fellow. It goes over here. Then level 10 enemy. Let's see who that would be. We've got Imperial Enforcer with Rally. I don't like it so much. Goes over here. Now a level 5 enemy. And let's see, this one is... Ooh, with Shatter and Steel. Redguard Marauder, I was waiting for this guy. He always pops up so frequently. This is the one, right? Yep, spot number 3. Then level 1 enemy. Let's see. We get Skelly Boy with 2 HP. Okay, next to this guy. And then another level 1 enemy. And let's see, that is a Stalwart guy. Okay. 2 more HP on hex 5. I believe that is 37, right? Yep. Let's see, 20, 30, 35, yep, 37. Okay, so when a non-quest enemy is defeated while it is occupying the clash tile, its chip is flipped to the opposite side. Enemies is now face up and remains in its hex. Enemies with 0 HP do not take turns, nor they can be targeted. They may receive healing and function as normal upon being healed. At the end of each round, all units with 0 HP heal for HP equal to the current round. Explorable hexes on the delve tiles are explored as normal. Enemies deployed to delve tiles deploy with HP equal to the current unrest, not exceeding their health stat. After each time a sky shard is gained, you may decrease unrest by up to 2. At this time, you may decrease unrest by additional 1 if each adventurer gains 1 light fatigue. This may be done multiple times. If a sky shard is gained while unrest is at 0, quest unit Lich the Slanderer deploys to the closest and quiet hex to the adventurer who gained this sky shard. She deploys with full HP. Once Lich the Slanderer has been deployed, no additional delve tiles can be explored. Lich the Slanderer ignores enemy with 0 HP when triggering quest unit skill Penumbra. Okay, and each adventurer gains the following class ability. We can Purify Corpse. In Magic Battle form, remove an enemy in range with 0 HP from the battle. The tenacity cost of this ability is equal to the health stat of the enemy. Wow. Okay, And that's it. Our objective is to eliminate Lich Dislandra. So, in keywords, we have, I believe, block operative and disrupt operation. So for block operative, apply fear status die to either quest unit, Khazar Magul or Yudex Avidos. And for disrupt operation, quest unit, Karzuk Magul does not deploy. Wow. Is it a bit too easy, all those keywords? I mean, so with those keywords, this enemy will be completely removed, not deployed, and then we can apply fear status die to this gentleman. I mean, is it a bit too easy? But, I mean, we kinda earned those keywords, so, you know what, let me play as is. But frankly, I think this is not a tough encounter anyway. Okay, so I guess we can go. Basically, all those enemies, when defeated, they stay with 0 HP and they flip to the other side, and at the end of each round, they heal to the HP equal to the round counter, so they gain more healing every turn, unless of course you completely purify them using that class ability. Okay, so sounds pretty doable to me. Let's deploy probably over here, and we have a range 7 thanks to this enchantment, so we can target, well, pretty much anyone here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, we could even target this enemy if she would be deployed. Okay, so the caveat is that enemies remain with 0 HP only on this clash tile. So there are a couple of ways to solve this puzzle, so to speak. First of all, we can do the same trick with applying a fear status die as we did in day 1 encounter. This way the enemy skill, Penumbra, basically we're gonna shut this down on Lich Dislandra. In this way we won't be needing to defeat her so many times. So that is one way, or potentially another way is to kite all of those enemies to other tiles, because they won't be resurrected anymore. And I think that is probably what I'm going to do. So let me move things slightly. And we still have this enchantment. I'm going to keep this like that as a reminder. Okay, so my plan is probably to defeat this guy, because quest units, they won't be flipped back, so at least we need to defeat this guy. And after that, I'll probably gonna rush and explore and stay as further as I can from all of those enemies. So first things first, we have already round 2. Let me keep it probably somewhere over here. And now, well, I'm recovering these dice. And wow, you look at that. With all dice available, my ancient knowledge can hit like a truck. I mean, we're talking about like 10, 13 damage that I can repeat several times. How cool is that? I mean, frankly, we can even afford rolling this one. We still would have, I mean, that is 10 damage, right? That is exactly how much you need to defeat this quest fellow. So yep, let me roll those and see how it goes. That is what I'm rolling. I'm declaring this one as a target. Let's go. Okay, not the best result for all of those light armors, but at least we don't have misses. So this is resolved, and I'm dealing, well, a bunch of damage. 10 damage to be precise. So, pew, one shot. This guy, let me actually remove these 2 quest units and place all of those health chips over there. Okay, one enemy down. Nice. Now I think I'm going to reduce evocation by 1 to increase grace by 1, so we have 2, and now I'm going to move, and I'm moving, well, for 7 spaces thanks to this enchantment. Moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I still have 1 step left, and we need to collect sky shards, and I believe when we're collecting sky shards we can then reduce unrest by 2. And then after that we need to gain another sky shard to summon Lich Dislandra. Okay, so that is what I'm doing, and it is not a sky shard unfortunately. And when revealed, either increase the round counter by 1 and heal to full HP, or reduce it by 1 and each adventure is dealt 2 true damage. Well, actually, I don't mind reducing it by 1 and taking true damage in this case. So I'm reducing round counter and taking 2 true damage. Still have plenty of ways of recovering from that. And we need to draw the last small tile with no enemies deployed, so let me place it, I think, this way. It's okay. And let's move, well, 1 step. That's it. That's all we need. Now, I still can make another engage potentially, but there is pretty much no point in defeating those enemies over here. And at this point I'm already not inside anyway, So I think I'm actually alright on leaving my turn exactly like that. I'm not even gonna bother summoning my companion. So now it means it's over to the enemies. First we have Leech. Of course, I'm not inside with any of those enemies, so they simply move. We've got Leech moving, 1, 2. We've got the Imperial Enforcer moves 1. Actually, now I am inside, so it's gonna engage me with 2 dice. Let's go. And wow, 3 damage. That is a lot. Bard reroll to the rescue. Let's see. Yep, at least reduced damage by 1. And we prevented 1 like that. And well, I think I'm going to exhaust my Grace just so I could recover it. Even though, can you do this only on your turn? Probably. I'm not sure if you can do this not on your turn. Either way, I was engaged. I'm even recovering. I'm recovering this die, and I cannot gain any more tenacity, so that is a bit of waste. And now all the remaining enemies are moving as well. Level 5, 1, 2, level 1s, 1, 2, and 1, 2. And I believe at this very moment, at the end of round, at the end of each round, all units are only with 0 HP heal. Okay, no one at 0 HP, so they do not heal. Fantastic. Now it's the beginning of round 2, and I'm going to, well, simply explore. Hold on, I need to move for that, right? Yeah, let's move a bit further away first. But before I do, let me make maybe first engage rolling these 2. Or maybe not. Maybe let's move first and then engage. And in order to move, I need to exhaust my Grace. That is the only way I can move. So that would be 1. Let's see if there is any Sky Shard. Yes, we've got a Sky Shard with a long shape. Let me place this somewhere like that. Right, I can explore over here. Perfect. I moved once, means I still have 6 movements left. And well, let me place it like that. It says add 2 HP to each enemy occupying this tile once I collect this Sky Shard. And also, once you collect a Sky Shard, I can decrease unrest by up to 2. Okay, perfect. That is exactly what's needed. So for the enemies we have 5 and 1. Let's deploy those. And they deploy, I believe, with unrest value. Let's see, non-quest enemies. Nope. Let's see, it's only for the setup, right? Non-quest enemies deploy with HP equal to current unrest value, not exceeding their health stat. I believe this is only for the main enemies. But the other enemies you deploy on those Delph tiles, they deployed as normal, right? Enemies deployed to the Delph tiles are deployed with HP equal to current unrest. Okay, so same thing. Okay then, so it means they deploy with only 2 HP. And so we have Imperial Marauder and Dark Elf Bandit. Okay, another rally. So many rally enemies, that is 2 already. And Necromancy, yikes. Okay, 1 and 5 HP goes to this gentleman, like that. But I still have 5 movements left. And 1 as soon as I step in, 2 things happen. First, we add in 2 more HP. Hold on. What am I talking about? They were supposed to deploy with only 2 HP. 1 and 2, but now as I stepped in, we're now adding 2 more. Okay, yep, silly. And also we can decrease unrest by up to 2 for each collected Sky Shard. So we have now unrest at 0, and now we need to just gain another Sky Shard. It says if a Sky Shard is gained while unrest is at 0, Lich Dislanderer deploys. So let's keep moving. I moved 1, 2, 3. 3 more left, and yes, there is another Sky Shard. Nice, but we don't have this shape anymore. It means we're basically drawing another one, but we're counting this still as Sky Shard. And we have this Darkened Hole, the longer shape. Okay, so I'm gonna place this. Let's see, is there any way to make it a bit less painful for the camera? Maybe this way. Okay. So I'm stepping in right here, and at this very moment, first I'm deploying these enemies because it's Darkened Hole and we have level 5 enemy. But hold on, if the current unrest value is 0 and they deploy with HP equal to the current unrest, so do they deploy with 0 HP? Okay, so they would be waiting for their turn to get healed. And level 5, that would be Khajiit Marauder with 0 HP over here. Alright, and now we're deploying Lich Dislanderer because we collected another Sky Shard while unrest is at 0. She deploys with full HP, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the hardest thing now is that whenever you defeat her, she has a rod. This is why I said, I think in the very beginning, that ideally for this encounter you want someone who can just get rid of over fatigue, like healer or dragon knight or rogue. This would be amazing, but I don't have anything like that. So I need somehow to just stay alive and maybe leave her and just not target her at all and simply try to defeat all of those enemies. Okay, so now it's time to make an engage, and let's see, that would be elemental drain, definitely a summon, definitely expert summoner, power stone, and maybe even tempered soul, even though there is no one I can actually resurrect just yet. Okay then, or even maybe before rolling any of that, you know what, let me recover my ancient knowledge first. So I'm spending 2 tenacity on using my class ability to recover it, and that is what I'm going to roll. And we need just a little bit of damage. So I think just 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4, and I mean that should do it, right? I'm going to target a Dark Elf Bandit with this first engage. I don't need anything else really. Let's go! Wow, not too bad, even though only single value on evocation. Okay, I'm gonna place it like that, have all 5 tenacity, and I'm dealing a bunch of damage, which is unfortunately not enough because of its divert, but that is okay. I'm still healing, I believe I'm missing 2 health, so I'm now full at 7. Okay, now I'm taking another engage, 1, 2 light fatigue, and then I'm going to roll a tempered soul, and well, pretty much all of my Daedric summoning dice, and I need a bit of damage. Maybe not Daedric Curse, I don't need it yet. So that is what I'm rolling, also targeting the same Dark Elf Bandit. Yep, let's go. Okay, not too bad. With Power Stone we can have Expert Summoner with number 3. With Force Shock we deal in last bit of damage to this divert enemy, which means Imperial Marauder also takes 2 true damage. This enemy is defeated, and as soon as it's defeated we can already resurrect it using our Tempered Soul. And we have another companion, of course, deployed with us as well. So loads of companions. Let's start, I guess, with this one, and then also deploy Dark Elf Bandit with 5 full health to the adjacent hex. Nice, I feel myself like a necromancer now. Let's use this token to indicate that this is indeed my companion. And that's about it. I don't think I need to do anything else really. Now over to my companions, and well, there's really not much point in defeating this guy with rally. Yeah, I would rather avoid it. So let's deal, I guess, some damage to Dislandra, even though he would still replace somebody there. But yeah, you know what, let's do this. At least if my companion is defeated, I'm not gonna gain this rot. So first Clan Fear, rolling 5 enemy combat dice, and let's go. Okay, that is 3, 4, oh, hold on, 6 damage. What? It one-shotted Dislandra, 6 health with no defense. Of course it is aggressive, so it's rerolling the miss. Oh, another 2! That is ridiculous damage. Yep, Dislandra is defeated, but of course not fully. She's still replacing the weakest enemy. And well, who would be the weakest enemy? I believe level 1 skeleton, or maybe this stalwart. I mean, it's up to us as players. So I guess let's replace this stalwart dude. Zhuk, okay. This enemy returns back to the bag, I believe. Okay, and for my Dark Elf Bandit, I don't think I want to engage. I mean, I don't think I need to. So I'll probably stay as is. Maybe I'll move 1 step closer. Okay, so now it's over to the enemies, starting with Lich Dislandra. She simply moves 1, 2, maybe 1, 2. Let's move her over there because I want them to move closer. Now over to the Lich, moves 1, 2. Now level 10 enemy moves 1, and he needs to move 1 more. Or maybe not, it has a range 1 to 3, yep, it is in range. So it's going to engage my companion with 2 dice. Let's go. Man, wow, 3 damage. Do I have a range? 1, 2, 3, 4, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe I can reroll without sight, right? It says once per any unit's turn, reroll any 1 die rolled by unit within 4 hexes of you. Okay, so let me reroll this number 2 to hopefully something a bit better. And still the same number 2. Come on. Means my clan here at the last health cheap. Oh no. Oh no. But maybe it's not that bad. Okay, now level 5 is completely blocked. And level 1 Skelly Boy moves 1, 2. This is actually not good, but maybe not too bad either. Okay, well, I guess it's the end of round. And at this very moment, all enemies with 0 HP heal for HP equal to the current round. And current round is 2, so that means we have the only enemy with 0 HP. This Khajiit Marauder heals to 2 HP. Now it's beginning of round 3. My turn, I'm recovering 4 dice. And hold on, I believe I have not activated this enemy, right? Yeah, sorry, my fault. It moves simply 1 and engages my companion with 2 dice. Sorry about that. Wow, 2 damage. Let me try to reroll it. Hopefully I can make Clannfear stay alive for a bit longer. Yep, in fact we made it. Okay, it prevents the damage and that's about it. Now it is beginning of round 3. I am recovering 4 dice, 2 light fatigue and these 2. Okay, now let's see what our plan would be. Now we can finally defeat those enemies, because they won't be flipped and stay with 0 health. They would be defeated and gone for good. So I guess let's try to defeat this Imperial Marauder. That would be at least a bit of damage and roll grace along the way. But before I do, let me spend 2 tenacity on recovering. Well, I guess let's recover my summon, because I have a feeling I'm gonna need this probably next turn. Now I can roll this dice and declare an Imperial Marauder as the target. Let's go. Okay, that is not too bad. This is actually quite perfect, because we can even gain some tenacity along the way. So yeah, let's resolve this one, gain 2 tenacity, take 1 true damage, then resolve grace, and then change power stone to deal 4 damage, meaning taking another true damage myself, but of course that would be enough to defeat this guy, and this thing, elemental drain, is recovered as well. Of course, this enemy has enemy skill native, but because unrest at 0, it basically doesn't heal anyone. It does still have rally though, so it is not goes to the defeated stack, it returns back to the bag. And instead we deploy another level 1 enemy, and let's see, and that would be Wisp. Okay, so 4 HP deploys the same hex, but I believe I defeated the enemy, meaning I'm healing at 2 HP thanks to my restoration stuff. Right. Okay, that was my first engage, and for the second engage, unfortunately, I'm not in sight with any of those enemies. So I think I'll leave my turn like that. So it's now over to my companions, Clannfear. Let's roll 4 dice. Targeting Wisp, I guess. I think that should do it. Of course, we're reducing this by 1. So 4 damage, that should be enough. Wow, I'm rolling so many 2s today. You look at this Clannfear. These guys just absolutely on fire. Even though unfortunately we still have Necromancer, and this is the first enemy in the defeated stack, but hey, we needed to do at least something. Now over to Dark Elf Bandit, and I guess let's target this Khajiit Bandit with 3 dice. And my Expert Summoner is exhausted. Let's go. Okay, 2 damage, well that is actually still enough. I don't even need to use my Bard reroll. Another enemy in the defeated stack, quite unknowingly, and now as I think about it, I should probably activate my Dark Elf Bandit first to make this Wisp the top enemy on the defeated stack. Yeah, that is a bit of misplay, but I think it is not critical. Okay, so now over to the enemies. Wow, this is so tough here. We have Legion Slanderer goes first. She's stuck, then level 10. It can target my Clannfear with 2 dice, and I think that is GG. Yep, 2 damage. Clannfear is normal, but it's okay, I can summon it again. Now level, before that, we had level 20 enemy moves 1, 2, and now he can do its necromancy thing, which is to summon this Khajiit Marauder with a single die to adjacent hex, and Redguard Marauder is completely blocked. There is no path towards any hex. Yep, it's basically completely blocked. So that's about it. Now it is beginning of round 4, and look at that. And you might notice that all of those enemies, they have 2 HP. Oh, you probably know where I'm going with this, right? So let me recover those dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, juk, like that. And oh my goodness. So let me move adjacent, which means I'm reducing my grace by 1 to move 1, 2, 3, just to be in sight. And all I really need is just defeat literally single enemy. So, elemental drain, here we go. And I can't even apply fear to not trigger its rally, because I believe I have not used my new racial ability in this encounter yet. Even though, frankly, we still have elemental wall. So yeah, let's roll this one alongside, of course, Power Stone. This is the key. And then we need to deal some damage. So let's roll all of them just in case. Yeah, we need to make sure to deal at least 4 damage to defeat this guy, and then do the chain reaction to defeat all of them. So maybe before I do, let me spend 2 tenacity to recover. Well, I guess this one, okay, ancient knowledge, just to not be overflown with tenacity. And now I can roll declaring Imperial Enforcer as the target. Well, actually, I can even roll Daedric Curse, maybe? Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go. Yes, that's basically all we need. Elemental Drain and Power Stone with Fear. So I'm changing this one to Fear. This, of course, gets drained. And we applying Fear to this guy, taking 1 true damage in the process. Okay, and now let's see. We're dealing 1 true damage. So 1 goes through. It has last health left. And with this result, I can even recover another die, let's say this one. And then I'm spending 1 tenacity to ignore 1 defense, and this thing finishes up. After that, I'm even gaining this tenacity, and I'm taking another true damage to gain 2 more tenacity. So I'm basically at full 5 tenacity, and we defeat this enemy, and so many things happen at the same time. First of all, this enemy is defeated. At this moment, I'm gaining 2 health thanks to my restoration stuff, so I'm full at 7 health. Now, because we have Fear, its Divert and Rally does not trigger. We completely shut this down. And probably most importantly, we have Chain Reaction, dealing 2 damage over here. So by the way, this is enemy is defeated. Chain Reaction to Skeleton, 2 damage over here, defeated. Then 2 damage to the Leech. Oh my goodness, defeated. Then to Khajiit Marauder, 2 damage, defeated. And then 2 damage to Redguard Marauder, and defeated as well. And because we have not declared this target as a target, this Redguard Marauder, we're not triggering its Shatter. Oh my goodness, I love Elemental Drain when it works, and I think that was a perfect situation for that. Oh my goodness, that is so satisfying. And now, well, the final engage, I'm just rolling 2 more dice, I mean adding 2 more light fatigue. And do I have any dice to actually make engage? Well, not so much, but can I use Battle of Glenumbra Morse? No, I believe I already used it. It's only once per battle. Well, okay then. Let's then summon my companion. Oh, hold on, I don't even need to, because she doesn't have any defense, even though, wait, she has Recover. It means she should have gained at least 2 health at this point. She's healing 1 HP, basically party size at the end of every round, so yep, she should be at the 4 HP now. Meaning this die won't be enough, but it's okay. We can use our summon to maybe finish it off, even though no, that won't be enough. Anyway, let's summon it. Hopefully Clanfear, or at least somebody. And oh no, we've got a miss. Have we used Bard reroll? I believe we have not, so let's go ahead and use it. And yep, we get Clanfear. Nice. So summoning companion adjacent over here, and that's about it. Now over to my companions, starting with Clanfear. It's rolling only 2 dice, unfortunately. Yep, there is no way he can defeat that now, but it's okay. Wow. Both blanks. Thankfully it is aggressive, so let's roll it, and that is 4 damage. You look at that, what a swing from 0 damage to 4 damage. I'm telling you, Clanfear is on fire today. And yep, that is GG. That is final 4 damage to Tislandra. How ridiculous is that? And obviously, if this wouldn't be that crazy damage, it means it simply would be another round, but there is no one else left, so that is a victory anyway, pretty much. And yep, GG. Wow, that was so much fun. Especially this elemental drain was so satisfying to the chain reaction in the narrow hole. And I mean, using Bard with Ancient Knowledge, that might be a new build that I just discovered. That is so strong. You're making a first engage, dealing a bunch of damage, then you're using your class ability to recover it, roll this again, and then potentially you can make a combo of Power Stone with Deadly Curse to recover it again, dealing a bunch of damage. So we're talking about, 30 damage over the course of 3 engages within a single turn. I think this build is ridiculously fun, and I have certainly enjoyed playing it. And that's a wrap for today's video. Wow, those playthroughs always take quite a bit of time and effort to put together, so please consider giving this video a like, subscribe to the channel, or perhaps even supporting me on Patreon. I would really appreciate this as well. Now, during my playthroughs, I always do my best to share my thought process and explain some decisions, but if you'd like to go a little bit more in depth on how things work, then I would suggest checking out my 2 ongoing series of class guides and skill line breakdowns. In each of those video series, I go much more in depth into each individual ability, how to resolve them and why, what are some common mistakes and all of that. Either way, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.